since you were reincarnated as the youngest prince of the empire. Let's enjoy Jujiakrim. But did she say the empire was ruined? This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 252, Sex in the Bathhouse After Victory. 2. Yuno. Thank you for choosing her mom. In return, her mom will make our Yuno feel good. Yuno's first choice was, of course, Yuria. Yuria was quite tall, but because her Yuno was so big, she smiled as she felt Yuno's cock tickling underneath her as she was held in her son's arms. Brit, as Yuno entered deep into her bathhouse while holding her, Yuria reached underneath her and gently rubbed her son's erect cock, and Yuno's touch made her cock grow bigger and bigger. He gave her a red erection and showed her how excited he was. I guess my son is already hungry because he wants to come inside mommy. Still, I guess he should finish what he was doing earlier, right? So just wait a moment, I'll take a step into mommy's mouth first. Chew up. As Yuria's wide open mouth took hold of her cock, Yuno could feel her extreme pleasure. Yuria wrapped her mouth around Yuno's glands and moved her tongue strangely like a snake, swallowing her son's cock all the way down her throat. Ugh. Mommy's tongue is warm and feels good. As Yuno flailed her body in front of the pleasure, she opened her eyes beautifully like a crescent moon, as if she felt good, and began to swallow her son's cock more deeply, while continuously shaking her head back and forth. Chillup chirrup jung. Even though the huge dick, which was over 30 centimeters long, went all the way down her throat without a trace, Yuria skillfully tightened her throat and sucked Yuno's seat from the glands to the root carefully and slowly, as if savoring incredibly delicious food. You will us, as our mom said. Shit. Oppa always puts mom first. Mommy's pussy is empty. I'll show my daughters some filial piety after a long time. Who up out there, backquote these. What do they think of mom's pussy? West backquote Isabella and her Mary, who felt slightly jealous of Yuria, who always monopolized Yuno's cock and avoided her, came up behind her and started prodding her own pussy with her fingers, and Yuria let out a cry. Yuria's body became extremely sensitive as she avoided being directly hit by the male pheromone emitted from her son's cock, so she felt a pleasure that seemed to go away in no time at the simple caress of her daughters, which made Yuno's cock even more intense. It came back as a result of caressing. Ugh, mom. That's too hot. Her mouth-to-mouth service was on a different level from the fellatio she had performed in the water earlier, and the intense pleasure made Yuno feel as if his dick was melting. Backquote, is that right, Yuno? After all, mom's pussy is the best, right? It's a skill that your mom practiced hard to make your dick feel good while you were out on the battlefield. So pour a lot of hot cum into mom's mouth, and today, you're making errors, little sister. You understand. However, even though she felt extreme pleasure, Yuno's dick did not easily spit out semen. If she were a normal person, she would have cummed several times a long time ago, but Yuno's hard cock did not give in to her fellatio, and the lustful eyes of the females coming next to her, aiming for her son's cock, were shining. As Yuria felt it, her heart became increasingly anxious. Backquote, oh. Really? My son's dick? But it's so strong, that's why the females cling to it like this. So it's a little stronger. Moken. In the end, Yuria pulled the cock out of her mouth and wrapped Yuno's cock with her breasts. Among Yuno's women, Yuria's breasts were the third or fourth largest, but Yuno's dick was so large that even her breasts were impossible to cover. Of course it's my son's cock. It's really like a symbol of a male trying to conquer a female. Mom is so happy that she can be her son's female, even though it was completely covered with her breasts. Yuno's huge cock protruded above the top of her breasts by about 10 centimeters and appeared in front of her face. Yuria let out a brief gasp, then put her cock in her mouth again, and then she began to serve Yuno using both her breasts and her mouth and pussy. Creak. Creak creak charoloop creak. It was a lewd act that could not be considered an empress of a country, and one that even a decent prostitute would not do, but her face looked up at herself while caressing her own cock with her breasts and mouth, and it looked both lewd and so beautiful. Yuno let out her exclamation, "Mom, you're so pretty, and I love you." Thank you for being my woman. Normally, she would have been overjoyed by her son's confession of love, but for some reason, Yuria shook her head and continued to suck her cock with all her might. Mom? Why? Angelina came next to Yuno, who was looking at Yuria with an incomprehensible look in her eyes, and pressed one of her shoulders with her huge breast, and whispered in her ear, Master, even though you are a male, you don't know the heart of a woman. Do you still not know how the Empress Dowager, or rather, this female, sucks your cock? He and Jean, like her older sister, clung to Juno's opposite shoulder, and looked at her Yuria and whispered, Empress Yuria, or rather, the female named Yuria, wants to be subservient to the male called Master. It may be because of the appearance of our sow, but we so bitches can feel it all too well. A female's desire to be dominated by a strong male, a female's desire for a male's huge cock to fill her pussy and the hot, thick cum that spurts out from it. It was a lewd whisper from a succubus other than a saint or heresy judge, but their analysis was accurate, and Yuno could feel Yuria's desire herself, so Yuno could not hold back any longer and just poured semen into Yuria's mouth. Burayuruk. Back quote higher. Yuno semen. It's so thick and plump. After all, it's my SYNOPSIS semen, which had been incredibly concentrated thanks to her not having squirted even once during the war with Tessito, squirted into her mouth. Yuria could barely hold back as she felt as if she would go away as she received the semen into her mouth. Gulp gulp. Yuno's semen began to pour out endlessly, to the point where Yuria had the illusion that her entire stomach was filled with her semen. Back quote There's so much. I want to take it all. I have to take all the precious cum that my son gave me with my own body. But now, there's a limit in the end. Yuria was unable to catch all of Yuno's semen, and the semen began to squirt into her bathtub, soaking Yuno's body. The bathtub containing her body and their bodies became increasingly white due to the thick semen that continued to spurt out. After a few minutes, the bathtub was filled with semen instead of water, and gave off an obscene smell, and Yuno's women, who were watching the two people's intense incestuous sex, felt hot due to the terrible smell of semen and the male's pheromones filling the bathroom. I had to do my best to suppress the rising heat. Meanwhile, Yuria was gulping down her saliva as she watched her son's cock aiming at her own pussy hole. Yuria, is this what you want? My cock that will turn you into a female? You want the cock of my son who was born with the destiny to dominate females, right? Even though he had just poured out a huge amount of semen, covering his body with semen, and filling the bathtub with semen, his son's cock was still erect and hard as before. And without taking her eyes off the cock, she unconsciously nodded her head in the affirmative. Yes, that's right. Yuria wants a cock. A cock that will make me feel good. A cock that will degrade me into a bitch without even noticing the polite words coming out of her own mouth. Yuria instinctively opened her legs wide and exposed her pussy. The hot water gushing out of her vagina was shining brightly in the light, unlike regular water, as if to clearly show that it was not water from a bathhouse, and the heat gushing out from there showed Yuno just how horny she was. It was showing. Yuno, please put it in. Mom. No more. Despite Yuria's pleas, Yuno only rubbed her dick against her pussy mound, enjoying the feel of her pussy flesh, but did not penetrate her slam. Moreover, every time Yuno raised her hand high and then lowered it, her buttocks spewed fire, giving her a half pain and half pleasure sensation, and Yuria felt her body becoming even hotter. I had to open my pussy and desperately rub it against my son's cock. Yuno. Mom, I can't hold it any longer. Put it in quickly. Put your dick in her mom's pussy and make it a KKKK. Do you really want my cock? Mom, the Empress. Is it true that Mom, the most noble woman in the Empire, wants my cock? If so, tell me your honest feelings. What do you want? What do you want? Show me in front of everyone here what you have to look like to get it. As Yuno held her chin and looked directly at her, Yuria reached climax, and her pussy continued to spurt out hot fountains. She wants me to be her bitch. She's trying to make me, her mother, a bitch submissive to her cock. A female cunt bitch submissive to a true male. Yuria's mouth slowly opened as she felt the eyes of her daughters and other women looking at her, and the lustful gaze of Yuno, her son and her lover, who was most precious to her. Brit Yuno-sama, please stick your cock into Yuria's pussy. I like my son's cock the most in the world. I love being stuck into my son's cock and having incestuous sex with my beloved son more than anything else. Please put that huge dick in the pussy of Urea, the perverted pussy bitch who does it. Please fill the womb with Urea, who is crazy about incestuous cocks, with your thick and hot cum. With her lustful confession, looked at with lustful eyes, and opened her pussy hole wide, and smiled with satisfaction. And finally, waist shook vigorously, and his dick disappeared into Urea's pussy hole, and the incestuous sex between her mother and her son, who wanted to make her mother his sex slave, began in earnest. Illustration of Urea soaking in a bathtub filled with her son's semen. Chapter 253. Sex in the bathhouse after victory. 3. Urea's pink insides were clearly visible as she opened them wide with her fingers, and so naturally accepted her son's huge cock entering her. It feels good as expected. My son, whom I love the most in the world, JJI'd her pussy her, instinctively remembering that the thick, large cock inside her, she would make her feel so good, welcomed her master's return her with a waterfall of hot honey flowing from inside her. Mommy's pussy feels good too. Isn't mommy's pussy the only pussy in the world that is this soft and squeezes my dick so tightly, with one movement of her waist? Inserted her dick deep into the deepest part of her uterus and slowly admired her appearance with her dick stuck in it, while inspecting Urea's pussy Gulp. Even though she's my mom, she's amazing. She's turning 40 soon, and she has such a perfect body, even though she just gave birth. It's really breast milk was flowing out little by little from her huge breasts due to the pleasure of immoral incestuous sex with her son, and in complete contrast to this, underneath her slender waistline her love juice was gushing out from her pussy, where a cock was stuck. And looking at Urea like that, could feel the desire to possess her growing bigger and bigger in her heart. As expected, mom is my woman. From my past life until now. Mom, no, Urea, you were born to be my woman. From your beautiful face, voluptuous breasts, and chewy pussy that clenches my cock, it's all mine. Do you understand? Urea felt the inside of her body becoming even hotter as her son's lustful touch. She touched her from head to toe with her cock stuck in her pussy and she wrapped her legs around waist. She wrapped around and pulled inward. That's right. I'm my son's. Your woman. She loved her son so much that she gave birth to his daughter. This lewd woman. Please fuck slave mother Urea with this huge male object. Conquer this female bitch's pussy. Cock twitched at the sound of Urea's voice which was so lewd yet beautiful, you could search the entire continent, and you would be the only lewd mother in the world begging her son to fuck her pussy. Chew up. Responded to kiss her by hugging her son's neck. The erotic kiss with her tongue stimulated their bodies even more, and pushed his dick which was touching the opening of her uterus even further inside her, fizzing as glands pushed up her uterus and nibbled at her sensitive erogenous zone of her. Urea squirted and squirted all over her body due to her extreme pleasure. HMOOO kissing up and down. I go away. My son kisses my lips lovingly and makes a pleasant uterine kiss. However, because her mouth was full of tongue, Urea could not even make moans of her own, and slowly cooked her body. Jack who was slowly pulling out her waist and tasting each and every wrinkle of Urea's vagina, pulled out her glands to the entrance of her vagina hole and then pushed the glands hanging over her hole all the way into her womb, causing shock and pleasure. Led Urea to the peak at once. Pushy it. He'll will be my uterus in one go like this. This is so old, but it feels so good. Sex given by my son. Utero sex given by the strongest male in the world. Feels so good. Hatterug KKKK. Mom, are you happy because my dick is your son's? Or are you just happy because my dick is bigger? If a guy with a bigger dick than mine shows up, won't you just fall for him? While watching her reach her climax, moved the dick that had entered her womb back and forth and scratched Urea's insides, asking a grumpy question. Urea moaned at the pleasure of scratching her womb, but lowered her head. No. Urea's mother's pussy is single-minded only for her son, because it is an incestuous sex hole exclusively for her son, that she opens only to her son for the rest of her life. However, Urea's unrequited confession of love only further stimulated desire to conquer. Giggles. So I can't get my mom pregnant anymore? It's okay because Era is a daughter, but what if mom gives birth to a son next time? If my son asks me to open my mouth, I'll open it again, right? Mom's pussy is a pervert who goes crazy when it comes to my son's dick. Chew, right, slurp, slosh ha this is too much, it's strong. When began to quickly rock her hips back and forth, showing off her grumpiness, Yuria was intoxicated by her pleasure, and instead of giving a proper response, she could only moan, which only resulted in her stimulating even more. Gave birth giggles. Tell me quickly, who is the real owner of this fucking girl? Whose exclusive cum receptacle is this pleasant womb that rubs dicks so thickly? I want you to tell me directly from her mother's mouth. HMI, I have to answer. I can't say it. I feel so good that I feel so good. Furthermore, I think it's going to be crazy that my son's maximum cock is pressing hard, crumbling when Yuria didn't respond. Moved her waist even more roughly point every time shook her waist. Yuria's huge breasts bounced and squirted out her breast milk. Sucked and drank her mother's breast milk and once again pulled out her dick all the way to the entrance of her vagina and then into her all at once. We continued to have rough sex, penetrating her roots. Will. While I was having sex with my son, I'm the Empress Dowager of the Balkan Empire. My son's, name is Emperor. I'm going crazy as my uterus is violated by this true male's cock. It's okay. Go crazy. I'll take care of you for the rest of your life. I'll let you have sex with my dick for the rest of your life. Furthermore, I'll let you live with your uterus filled with my cum for the rest of your life. Sweet proposal almost made Yuria lose her senses, but she had a strong supporter who was filled with jealousy. Really? I said let's see. So only mom is so rough with me. Since my older sister's pussy is going crazy because she hasn't had incestuous sex with her younger brother for almost a month. Please quickly come in mom's womb and fuck my pussy too. Yes, that's right. Mary, along with her older sister, waited for a long time. Mary's younger sister's pussy is also dedicated to her brother's dick. Because she wanted to conceive her brother's baby more than anyone else. She was crazy because it was a uterus dedicated to her brother's dick. When Isabella and Mary clung to the bottom and started sucking on the testicles and anus, the powerful pleasure caused Yuno's waist movements to slightly go awry and Yuria's senses slightly returned. Then, she did not miss the opportunity and gave Yuno the answer she wanted, confessing her true feelings. Yuria's fucking mouth is Yuno's. It's a hole just for your cock, so the mother's womb that served her son as her husband. Yuri has loved only you from her past life until now. Please pour cum into Yuria's mother's pussy. Please fill the womb with Yuria, your sex slave wife, exclusively for the largest cock. Yuria's confession, filled with her love, finally satisfied Yuno's desire to conquer, and hot semen began to spurt out of Yuno's cock. Boom, boom, kind of boom, bullock, kind of HAA. Mom, Yuria, I love you. My wife I love you, Mom is your sex slave. So, with this maximum cock, fill your mother's womb, your exclusive use, with your mother's womb, your exclusive cum reservoir, every day. Fill me up. Make the uterus of Yuria, a perverted sex slave who prefers incestuous sex, into a pregnant state 365 days a year with your lava hot son's cum. Do you understand? Yuno's dick continued to contract and spurt out her thick semen endlessly due to Yuria's lewd confession of love, and her light kiss. The enormous amount of semen was not enough to fill Yuria's womb and swell her stomach. And the semen that filled her inside burst out between the cracks in her joints and poured onto the face of Isabella, who was sucking her testicles under him. Got off on as expected. My little brother's cum is delicious. I think I could live off of this for the rest of my life. I'm going to drink your cum too. As Isabella naturally drank her semen, Mary, who was caressing Yuno's anus, ran over and placed her mouth on Yuno's and Yuno's joints and began sucking the semen directly. Ugh. Really? Who does this guy look like to reveal his dick like this? Chai, you look like your mom. My mom is addicted to my brother's cum, so I'm like that too. At Mary's words, the other 5 people in the bathhouse, excluding herself and Yuria, all burst into laughter as one. There's nothing she can't say to her mother. I heard there's nothing cultured about being a princess. Really? So where do you think she'll get married? Did you tell me, Mom? My pussy is only for you for the rest of my life. Just like mom gave birth to your daughter, I will also become pregnant with your daughter. So, brother, I have to shove my dick into Mara's innocent sister's pussy, who only knows your dick, and make my pretty daughter pregnant. Do it. Okay. Felt her dick twitch once again as she saw Mary tempting her with her pussy wide open in front of her. And when Uriah's dick was pulled out of her pussy, a huge dick soiled with her semen and love juice was revealed, and the eyes of all the women in her bathroom were fixed on it. The 5 women, excluding Uriah, who had just finished having satisfactory sex with appealed to by discreetly exposing her drenched pussy and gathering her breasts, hoping that would choose them, but Yuno's choice was decided. Then what's next? Holding out a large erect cock dripping with semen, Yuno pointed out her next opponent. Uriah blowjob mouth kiss ILLUSTRATION YURIA vaginal cum illustration chapter 254, sex in the bathhouse after victory. 4. Yuno's chosen opponent was Cordelia, who had made significant contributions in this battle. She had been waiting so desperately for him to choose her, but there were so many competing opponents that she was giving up inside. So she shook her orange hair, happy that her lord and master of her body had chosen her. Of course, Isabella and Mary expressed their dissatisfaction with Yuno's choice. It's shameful, Oppa. How hard Mary fought, thinking only about having sex with Oppa. So Sir Lichtina War could have lost her life if we hadn't used our mana like water to support you. So, isn't it right for you to have sex with us first? Looking at her older sister and her younger sister, puffing out her cheeks and demanding to have sex first, Yuno took a deep breath and grabbed Cordelia's breasts from behind, as if they were showing off, and inserted her fingers into her pussy. Braid Cordelia. I heard that in the last battle, she was defeated by the master and took time, but she commanded her troops well and blocked the enemy's cavalry. From now on, I will praise you for your achievements. Haha, your majesty. I'm fine. You can do the princesses first. Ugh, with Yuno's hand gently stirring the inside of her vagina and her hot breath feeling in her ear, Cordelia was trying to give up the order to her princesses while bursting out of her vagina. However, Yuno's decision was not overturned. When Yuno pulled out her finger that had been inserted into her vagina, Cordelia looked at Yuno with wistful eyes, and then her body fluttered under his hot gaze. No, you are the one who risked your life in battle and carried out my instructions. I sent you because I did not expect to deal with the master, but you risked your life and carried out the instructions of Commander Mayer and me. Of course, at a future technical event, I'll praise your achievement. But there's something else you really want, right? As Yuno's hot extreme cock rubbed against her cunt mound from behind, Cordelia's cunt gushed once again in response to his cock. Ah, your majesty. That's right. The only thing I want is to be violently violated by my master. So, to your female knight, Cordelia, the pussy knight who devotes her body and soul to serving her master's cock, is with this lewd pussy. Please give me the honor of receiving my master's cum with my womb. When Cordelia spoke out her honest feelings, Juno stroked her head and kissed her lips. Ah, my master's lips. So sweet. I wish my master would kiss me every day, laying face down in the bathtub, her pussy mound being rubbed by the cock, her breasts being rubbed with her hands. The most lewd kisses made Cordelia's body even hotter, and she felt her womb begging for something. I could feel it. My pussy is completely wet. Ah, I want to have sex. I want my master's cock. So I want to rub my master's male cock into this completely disheveled female pussy. In the end, Cordelia spoke out her inner thoughts. Her master's hand feels good. It feels good to be rubbed by the master's cock. Master, your majesty, now fuck me. Cordelia's pussy. On the days when I couldn't receive my master's cock, I gave Cordelia a pervert pussy knight who was always horny. This erection was given to Cordelia, a lewd pussy knight who wets her pussy every day while thinking only about being fucked by her master's cock. Please insert one of the largest dicks and give it a pleasant succulent oot. Since Cordelia usually only showed her appearance as a perfect female knight, this lewd appearance that was only seen in front of Yuno was seen as too lewd in the eyes of others, and the sight of Cordelia, a lewd pussy knight whom he had not seen in a long time due to the prolonged war, made Yuno's cock even more excited. It was made solid and large. Cordelia's pussy, soaked from the love juices pouring out from inside her, was throbbing and eager to accept her own master, and as her Yuno's cock increased her size even more, his gigantic cock naturally thrust from the head of her glands. I dug inside. Suo back quote I came in sex. My master's dick was put in my pus-eyed pussy hole, which had been melted to a pulp due to the intense caress, gently accepted the cock, as if it had originally been lodged in it. Harder my pussy is forcibly pushed up. Wow, it goes all the way into my deepest part. It feels so good when my master's huge cock pushes up to my uterus. He is expected. Cordelia's night's pussy. It's really tight. Just by tightening it, Cordelia, it feels like you're fighting for first place with Eliza. However, as if she didn't dislike Yuno's words, Cordelia lifted her crotch and put more pressure on her pussy. They say a giggling compliment can make even a whale dance. It makes our pussy night's pussy hole dance too. I like it so much. Cordelia, clap, 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 clap. Even though Cordelia was squeezing her pussy tightly, Yuno shook her waist more vigorously and pushed her dick further inside. Then, a cry filled with pleasure came from Cordelia's mouth. Yuno's thick cock spread Cordelia's uniquely narrow vagina wide open, stroking all of her erogenous zones, causing her to climax in an instant and close her eyes. Ooh, my master's thick cock is scratching my pleasant spots. Cordelia, I think I'm going already. When Cordelia climaxed, the pale love juice that spurted out flowed down her cock and wet Yuno's lower body. Isn't Cordelia my pussy knight? What she's doing now is the work of pussy maids like Kiramu and Miruku. She's bathing my dick in fuck water, right? Haha. When the words that would have made Yuno's eyes shine lewdly, saying that she would give Kiramu or Miruku a bath with her pussy every day if Kiramu or Miruku came out of Yuno's mouth. Cordelia, who already had a bit of a rivalry with Kiramu and Miruku, gritted her teeth and said, I shook my waist little by little to match the movement of my waist. Ah lord. This is because it's a bath. I'm going to wash my sweat and fatigue with my pussy. I'll give your cock a nice bath with the fuck juice flowing from Cordelia's female knight's pussy. Ooh, and at creak creak, creak creak. Cordelia's bare skin, which boasts milky skin that has not been burned by the sunlight of the battlefield, is covered in thick sweat, emitting a sweet body odor, and she feels how much pleasure her body is feeling after receiving the cock of a male named Yuno. Cool, good. A bath like this is always welcome. From now on, even when I return to the palace, I will always enjoy a bath with Cordelia's pussy after training. Hull as much as you want. From now on, it will be the role of this pussy knight to wash the master's cock after training. I will become the pussy knight in charge of pussy bathing. Just say the word, anytime, anywhere. I will let you clean my master's cock with my pussy. As if she was really going to make her take a bath, Cordelia melted in her pleasure and pulled out her tongue while spewing out translucent love juice from her pussy. Slurp. Clang. Had her pussy bath. Dick cleaning. No matter how much of a pussy knight you are, this is so lewd. You look like a perverted pussy knight, as Yuno slapped her ass and rocked her waist back and forth more roughly. Cordelia smiled happily and tightened her pussy in time with Yuno's movements. Back quote app. I like this. It feels good to be called a pervert. That's right. Master. I'm Cordelia, a dog perverted pussy knight. I'm a perverted dog pussy that is crazy about sex with your male cock. Even as her master spanked her, Cordelia's body twitched obscenely, arching her back and making her nipples peek out. Then, she also stimulated Yuno's cock by fluttering the inside of her pussy and herring-like protrusions wrapped around her glands and fell thinly. As a result of her stimulation, Yuno saw semen rising from underneath her. I felt it. My master's cock is swelling even more. Ouch, it feels good to clean my master's cock, so please come for me. I'm going to clean all of your cum, even Cordelia's female pussy without even a single drop. Because I will clean it. Cordelia knew very well what it meant to Yuno's cock to swell, so she squeezed her pussy even harder, begging Yuno to come in anticipation of the immense pleasure that was about to come. Cordelia is squeezing her pussy so hard. Ugh. Cordelia. Move her waist faster. Then now I'm going to move my waist so I exist to serve my master's cock in a pleasant way. Please pour cum into this perverted pussy that became a knight to receive cum from my master's cock. Root pour in a lot of your master's thick male cock juice. Cordelia seemed to have forgotten that the empress and princesses around her, as well as the highest ranking saint of the castle and the head of the Inquisition, were so crazy about sex that she begged Yuno to see men. Yuno seemed to like the sight of her and smiled. I pushed my waist forward with all my might. A good pussy feels good. It feels good to be stroked by my master's cock. It feels good to bathe the dick with the pussy as Yuno's glands, which had swelled and become even thicker ahead of her ejaculation, stuck to the opening of her cervix and was being rubbed against her. Cordelia looked like she was going crazy and let out a moan point, and the inside of her vagina also changed its shape and continued friction with even stronger pressure, as if demanding semen. You. As expected, it's a pussy tightening worthy of my pussy night. Delia, you are, of course, the best pussy night in the empire that I cherish and love the most. Buraiak boom buak buak buraiak as her thick semen began to spurt from Yuno's cock, which was stuck to the opening of her cervix. Cordelia let out a moan filled with pleasure. Go away, I'm going to come on your cock. I have to bathe my master's cock. My uterus is bathed in my master's cum. The pleasure was so great that Cordelia tightly gripped the bathtub with her hands, and even though it was a fairly sturdy bathtub, it could not withstand her grip and broke point. But Yuno didn't care about that and continued to ejaculate, and Cordelia also tilted her back completely and received the semen pouring into her body shaking in her climax. Hot semen. Lots and lots of it. Master's jelly-like concentrated cum. It completely fills my womb, making me feel dizzy. Master, I love you. From now on, pussy night Cordelia will be my master. Please allow me to serve your master's cock as your female pussy. As soon as Juno stopped her ejaculation, Cordelia fell to the floor with an extremely obscene confession point. Naturally, her dick slipped out, and thick semen flowed out of her pussy, mixing with the semen in her bathtub, and making a mess on the bathroom floor. However, as if her sex wasn't over yet, Yuno's cock was fully erect and shining sinisterly, so Isabella, Mary, Angelina, and Jean, who were still waiting for their turn, swallowed their saliva and looked at Yuno and her pussy night. Cordelia Jr. Gypsy vaginal cum illustration ver 1 ** pussy night Cordelia Jr. Gypsy vaginal cum illustration ver 2 * chapter 255 sex in the bathhouse after victory 5. Yuno, I've been waiting for you for a really long time, right? I've been waiting to have sex with you, right? Oppa. Please do Mary first. The smell of your dick makes Mary's pussy itch so much that I feel like I'm going crazy. Juno felt her heart weaken as her older sister Isabella and her younger sister Mary flashed their affectionate eyes before her. Normally, he would have immediately laid his older sister and her younger brother down on the floor and taken turns fucking their pussies. But the problem was that they weren't the only ones tempting him. Master, it's been a while since you violated our bitches. Did you know that my sister and I were originally going to follow you to Adria, but we kept waiting to keep your orders. You are the master who turned our two sisters into such lewd sows, right? So you have to take responsibility. Of course, I believe you know how to take that responsibility. Yuno swallowed her saliva as two pairs of huge breasts, comparable to Kuramu and Miruku, were placed in her arms, her gorgeous pink hair shining point. Although she was one of her women who didn't fight much, Mary and Jean were similar in age and had similar personalities, so they glared at each other with a look that showed no signs of losing. Then, this time as Yuno finally seemed to have made a decision and was about to raise her body, applause was heard from behind her. Clap clap clap. Hey guys, are you going to have sex here when the bathtub is broken? No matter how good Yuno's dick is, that's not true. The main character of that voice was Yuri. White semen was still dripping from her vagina, but perhaps because she was the first to have sex with Yuno, she smiled brightly as she stared at the children who were looking at her with a puzzled expression, with a satisfied smile on her face. Mom, you were the first to have sex, and now you're doing this to us? It's so cruel. That's right, Empress Dowager. Having to endure the smell of our master's cum while holding it in is no different from torture for us, who have become our master's exclusive females. Yuria burst into laughter at the sight of Mary and Jean, who had been keeping each other in check until now, speaking with one mind and one mind. Ho ho ho. I'm not saying you shouldn't have sex. After all, our daughter, Jean, and our son are both female, so why? What I'm saying is, let's have sex in a nice place. Have sex in a place like this where there are wood fragments sticking out. You guys have to worry about it too, right? So how about using that place? Yuria pointed to a small door on the side of the bathroom. Over there are. Is this the steam sauna they use at Tacito? I heard it's called something, but I forgot the name you know. Yuria, Isabella, and Mary's eyes began to sparkle when they heard that they could enjoy a sauna for the first time in decades. Hey, I didn't even think about it. Since we don't have a sauna in the Balkans, a bath is good, but a sauna has a different taste, right? Let's go quickly. After Yuno laid down the unconscious Cordelia in a corner of her bathroom, he took the 5 women with him and headed inside the sauna point. The steam device did not start, as if the facility had not yet been completed, but the sauna was instantly warmed with hot steam thanks to the water and fire spirits that Mary had summoned. Here, this is what a sauna feels like. It's good, by the way. Like you said, I know there are no saunas in the Balkans, but you all know that well, right? We, in the northwestern part of Johans, are influenced by Tacito and have a sauna, so we know this well. But when Angelina and Jean looked at the 4 people with curiosity, they smiled at the same time. Hey, that's right. It's a long story, and it may be hard to believe, but you guys don't mind. Then, I'll explain it to you now, so listen carefully. It's about the secret that led our mother and daughter and Yuno to enjoy sex. Since they were curious about the reason why her mother, Yuria, and her siblings, Isabella and Mary, started having sex with Yuno, Angelina and Jean listened to Yuria's story about her past life in the sauna, and in an instant, they realized the exciting story. I fell into the story. Ugjuhota, I guess we should install one of these in the backyard of our palace, right? I can tell Kiramu and Miruku, right? Kiramu and Miruku were working hard these days to help with Childka, but since they were her maids who would definitely be happy if she fucked them once anyway. Yuno smiled with satisfaction and said that she would enjoy the maids in the sauna that will be installed in her imperial palace. I smiled happily while imagining sex. Then, Yuno's cock, which had lost its erection after stopping 6 and enjoying the warm steam of the sauna, began to gain strength again. Likewise, since what Yuria was talking about was something everyone knew, Isabella and Mary, who were only enjoying the sauna, began to brighten their eyes. I did it, ha ha ho, our emperor. What is he seeing that makes his dick erect like this? If he was disgusted by seeing this sister's naked body, he should have told me a long time ago. He, my younger brother, who is in charge of my brother's erection dick, is right next to me, so I shouldn't leave my dick erect like this, huh? Oh, no, that Suno was embarrassed to see her older sister and younger sister covering her cock with lewd hands. Oh my. I didn't get an erection after seeing Mary with my older sister, but if I put it out of her mouth, I might get killed. And it feels good anyway, so doesn't it matter? Yuno closed her eyes and savored the two's caresses while watching Mary intensively sucking her glands and Isabella licking her testicles and cock base with her tongue. Chew up chirine up back higher. As expected, my brother's dick has completely grown as expected. Mary's mouth is what I like the most, right? My brother chew up. Chew upside Neil Rumnalium back as expected, the part where I can feel the smell of Yuno's cock the strongest. Every time she sucks it with her lips, the cock is twitching. The cock juice that is trying to impregnate me is being produced in my balls. The sisters' simultaneous fellatio service in the sauna gave Yuno a special feeling. Yuno's lower body, heated by the steam and the two's hot lips, responded to her female body and spewed out thick pheromones, making her older sister and her younger sister even more excited, and their fellatio became more intense. Chew up. Churura rub. Chew pup up. Ha, I'm going to have a good time. Your dick is hard, lick it. Mary will truly serve you as a pussy. Oppa's dick is single-minded. Incest. I prefer the largest dick. My perverted little sister will squeeze out a lot of cum. Chew up. Mary swallowed Yuno's cock deep into her throat and began shaking her head back and forth in earnest. Really? She's our little sister, but she looks like she's addicted to cum. Look at that expression. Ha 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 giggle. Isn't that the same for you too? Mom, sister, and Marina are all perverted pussy slaves who are addicted to my cum, right? When Mary's forehead was no longer able to suck the root of her cock, Isabella hugged Juno from behind and planted lewd kisses on the nape of her neck. Look at this. Your sister's pussy is dripping with cum. You're doing this because you want to receive cum here too, right? You're like a pussy slave princess who's crazy about incest. Perhaps excited by the hot temperature and intense service from his sister's mouth, Yuno thrust his fingers into his older sister's pussy and poured out a much stronger thrust than usual. And Isabella's body shook at Yuno's criticism. However, it was not anger but intense excitement, and Isabella felt her lower abdomen tingling even more. I'm being beaten by Yuno, and my pussy is getting wet. My pussy is being pounded by my younger brother. I'm so excited because I'm being called a pussy slave. I'm pregnant. I want to be pregnant. My younger brothers, I want to get pregnant with a pretty daughter with cumus. Isabella climaxed from Yuno's actions. Yuno smiled wryly as she tightened her fingers that had been inserted into her vagina. I can feel my brother's cock being happy. Thanks to Mary's oral service, my cock is getting bigger. I'm getting ready to release a pleasant cum. Budge up, chew up your roop up. As Yuno's cock swelled up in preparation for coming, Mary pulled her cock out of her throat and sucked her glands intensively. Then, Yuno also seemed to feel the sensation of coming, so he sent Isabella back to Mary's side, opened her older sister's mouth, and started thrusting his cock into her jabub. Bujak. Then, Isabella's mouth began to make sounds that were not sounds of fellatio, but of her cock being inserted into her vagina. They are using his mouth like a real vagina. She's being treated not as a sister, but as a cunt receiving sex toilet cunt slav. At sight of her older sister and older brother must have made Mary even more excited as she prodded her pussy with her fingers. She opened her mouth next to Isabella's face and gestured for Isabella to use her mouth as well. I was drunk. There was no way Yuno could refuse her offer after seeing her sister like that, so he took turns thrusting his cock deep into her older sister's and her younger sister's mouths. Crunch. I feel like Mary's mouth has become a real pussy. Please come on Mary's mouth and pussy. Because Mary wants to be treated like a cum toilet just like her sister. Just like her mother. She is a dog dedicated to her brother's dick. Because I want to become a perverted pussy slave. Isabella and Mary's faces had the expressions of completely gone females due to Yuno's rough oral sex. Love juice flowed from their pussies, mixing with the hot steam of the sauna, and filling the inside with an obscene smell. I'm coming. I'm going to take it with my mouth. I won't have sex with you if you spill even one drop. Boom. Isabella and Mary opened their eyes wide and desperately swallowed the semen that entered their mouths in response to Yuno's threat, which was not a threat, that they would not have sex. Gulp. It's delicious. My little brother's cum is delicious, but there's too much. I can't even swallow it anymore. And Isabella's cheeks seemed to be filled with her semen. Mary quickly opened her mouth and took the cock from her mouth. Gulp. As expected, it's her brother's cum. It's amazing. It's the cum of the only male who rules Mary as her sex slave. It's her brother's cum that Mary will serve as her future husband for the rest of her life. Hot cum. Mary also continued to swallow Yuno's semen pouring into her mouth, and the two continued to take turns swallowing the endless amount of Yuno's semen. And after a while I drank it all. I did a good job, right? I didn't spill a single drop like I promised. So, after receiving confirmation from Yuno that they had opened their mouths and drank everything, Isabella and Mary opened their legs wide and exposed their wet pussies in front of Yuno. Their pussies, which had melted during the oral service, were so hot that even in the hot sauna, hot steam was rising from their gaping pussy holes. Please insert your dick into the pussy of my lewd older sister who was born to serve my younger brother's dick. Spray hot cum on the pussy of Isabella, the perverted princess who likes my brother's huge male dick the most in the world, and make her pregnant with a pretty baby brother. You know that a younger sister's pussy is there to put your brother's dick in, right? So, Mary's favorite brother's imperial cock, please stuff it into the noble youngest princess's pussy. I'm drooling because I want to get pregnant with my brother's baby. Push with bouncy baby juice while being chewed by this perverted little sister. Please do it. Yuno was in a mood as she watched her older sister and her younger sister begging for sex in front of her in a lewd manner, with her legs spread wide open with her fingers and her pink pussy flesh completely exposed. Smiled nicely illustration of older sister Isabella seducing her younger brother in the sauna. Chapter 256. Bathhouse sex after victory. 6. Who was smiling while receiving the lewd temptations of her older sister and her younger sister, brought both her hands to their pussies and then put 3 of her fingers together and inserted them. Pop hard. Why are you holding your finger? Upper. Fingers are good, but Mary needs a cock. Isabella and Mary expressed their dissatisfaction when a finger replaced long awaited cock. KKKK no, but I was worried about which of the 2 I should fuck first. They are both my older sister and younger sister whom I love so much, but I only have one dick, right? So out of the 2 of them, I will fuck the one who lasts longer first. That's okay, right? At Yuno's words, the sisters who had been trying to seduce Yuno all of a sudden became enemies. Mary, should I give in to my sister? Even cold water has its ups and downs. Shouldn't we be much more strict with cum? What kind of nonsense can you say? It's hilarious that the older sister never gave in to her mother or older sisters. A spark seemed to fly between the 2's gazes as they glared at each other, but when Yuno, slightly angry at their attitude, pushed her fingers deep into their pussies, they collapsed at once and were forced to let out orgasmic cries. Bean, the way their sister and Marina are gone all at once by pointing a finger at them. Really, if other people see this, how will they view our royal family? TXT, isn't it? Sees Mary. Despite Yuno's question, Isabella and Mary could not even answer thanks to the lingering sensation of climax, and only trembled and squirted pussy juice. TSK. These princesses have such lewd bodies that I'm too embarrassed to marry them off, so I have no choice but to take responsibility. Then where Yuno pulled out her fingers and licked her and her younger sister's pussy juices with her tongue, then placed their bodies on top of each other, putting her slightly plump side, Mary, on the bottom and her relatively thin side, Isabella, on top. Their pussies were aligned, and with a wicked smile, Yuno rubbed his fully erect dick against Isabella's pussy. View its rook as the glands, hot as lava, was rubbed against the flesh of her pussy, which had become very sensitive due to her climax. Her pussy hole, which was soaked with her pussy juice, wriggled and tempted her cock inside. However, Yuno's cock rejected the temptation of her buried, cold pussy and went down to Mary below her. Yuno, please. Sees, it's so hard now. Opera as expected. You are more like Mary. However, Yuno did the same with Mary, only rubbing the head of her penis into her vagina hole and not inserting it. As Yuno's cock was rubbing their pussies alternately up and down, Isabella and Mary had to moan and twist their bodies in response to Yuno's tantalizing caresses. Opera Mary now. Mary, are you leaving? Then I can use my sister's pussy first, right? At Yuno's words, the eyes that had become increasingly blurred began to sparkle and regain their light. In her eyes, she saw the face of Isabella, who was moaning in pleasure just like herself. But Mary gritted her teeth, because Isabella's face seemed a little more relaxed than hers. No. I'm going to have sex first before my sister. How have I been holding it in so far? How long have I been holding in these past few days, thinking only about having sex with my brother? In the end, Mary's hand went up, and Isabella's nipples were located where her hand was pointing. Pinchy. Mary you. There was no law preventing you from doing this, right? Right, brother. Yuno just smiled bitterly without answering. So Mary felt reassured, and even more boldly started caressing her sister's nipples vigorously, pulling her head down with her other hand, and kissing her sister's lips. Chew up. Chuck. Mary's tongue went inside. This is also kind of RAAA. Her sister's lips are sweet. It feels so good to kiss her sister while rubbing her pussy hole on her brother's cock as her older sister and her younger sister's lesbian kiss show unfolded before her eyes. Yuno's dick became fully erect and as hot as a lava. The heat of the hot cock felt at the entrance to the pussy made the 2's pussy holes flutter, and they kept kissing the cock. The sense of immorality of the sisters clashing their lips together, and the pleasure that Yuno's cock gave them caused them both to squirt out hot love juice and climax at the same time. It reached point pushy it. It was a promise. to give sex first to the person who could endure the caress for even a little longer, but at the same time, the women who reached climax were simultaneously looking at Yuno's cock, which was wet with their own pussy juice and glowing dark red. Now the girls were spreading each other's pussy holes with their fingers, showing lewd smiles, as if it didn't matter whose hole they fucked first. Yuno swallowed his saliva at the lewd looks of his older sister and her younger sister, and looked at them. One step closer to and Yuno's cock penetrated Isabella's hole above. Cool word wow. Hot Yuno's cock as expected. Of the male light shows. Harder as if she was so happy that she had chosen her. Isabella's pussy tightened and delighted Yuno's cock, but Yuno's cock penetrated her deeply once and then completely slipped out, leaving her devastated. Made why? Isabella, looking back in her despair and asking Juno for her reason, could hear her answer beneath her. You can have for it. It's so thick and big. Mary's pussy feels so good. Isabella felt jealous for a moment at Mary's ecstatic expression beneath her own face, but that base feeling soon disappeared from her mind. Jukiaki woo. I put the dick in her sister's pussy and put it in this older sister's pussy. It's so much. Juno began to enjoy the feel of her sister's pussy at the same time, thrusting his cock once into Isabella's pussy and once into Mary's pussy below her. Both pussies gave Yuno the ultimate pleasure and the sense of immorality of violating flesh and blood, but the feel of both sisters was subtly different, so he enjoyed Isabella's pussy, which was a little firmer, and Mary's, which was a little more wrinkled. To his heart's content, I started violating my younger sister. So you don't like my dick? I put it in Mary's pussy, in mom's pussy. I'm the owner of your sister's pussy, isn't that right? Huh. Instead of answering, Isabella could only moan as she felt her whole body screaming from the pleasure her brother's cock was giving her, taking over the inside of her pussy at once. Huey I cut her guat and her answer to that was given by Mary below. Harug, that's right. Opera, after all, you are the master of us females. All the bitches with pussies are just females that can't move when they get stuck on your dick. Yuno seemed to like Mary's answer and put her hand down and pinched her sister's plump nipple. Her older brother's male dick is pressing on her uterus and her nipples are being pinched like that. Oh, my Mary's pussy is getting weird. The pleasure resounding from her nipples was causing the slippery inside of Mary's pussy to wrap around her dick and prevent it from escaping, but Yuno's hard dick easily broke Mary's resistance and dug into Isabella's pussy hole again. Pujark Yuno. I don't want to get stabbed just once anymore. Please keep thrusting me with this thick cock. Sister's pussy is so horny. So tantalizing. I'm going crazy. The coquettishness shown by Mary made her feel like she had to do something herself, so she gritted her teeth and begged to endure her pleasure, but despite her pleas, Yuno continued to have sex by thrusting her only once and then grabbed Isabella's hair. I grabbed it and pulled it up. He then admitted to what you are hiding, just like Mary did earlier, just like mom did earlier. Only then did Isabella realize why Yuno was doing this. Really? You're so grumpy anyway, even if you don't do this sister. Already Isabella was filled with joy as she felt that her younger sister had noticed what she had been trying so hard to hide because of her pride as her older sister, and in less than a second, Isabella cried out, Yuno. No, it's my master, please take Isabella's virginity. A pervert majo irate the virgin girl in my asshole, who was always in heat, while looking at her real brother's cock, and turned both holes into a crazy pervert majo slave princess who gave her virginity to her brother. Please make me Isabella, an incestuous sex-addicted asshole pussy slave. Or had only then did Yuno pull her cock out of Mary's pussy with a big smile on her face. Mary looked a little disappointed, but she knew well that her sister was hiding something in her heart, so she obediently got up from her seat and gave up her turn. Giggles. My sister is such a pervert. I will sacrifice my whole life to receive a virgin from behind. If I don't, I might end up spreading my anus to some other man and the honor of our imperial family will fall to the ground. No. Really, despite Yuno's words criticizing her, Isabella spread her buttocks wide in front of him, as if she was happy. Isabella's anus was already soaked and shiny with the juice that flowed from her wet pussy, so Yuno thought that there was no need to add any more lubricant, so he rubbed his dick against her pussy once and then entered her anus. Took it back higher Finally I can give everything to Yuno. Everything about me is being conquered by Juno Jack then, as Yuno's huge glands penetrated into Isabella's anus. Yuno felt a sense of conquest fill her heart at the thought of owning everything about her older sister, and Juno shook her waist vigorously, feeling the strong tightness unique to her anus hit her cock. Isabella Mary Lescas illustration ver 1 asterisk Isabella Mary Lescas illustration ver 2 asterisk Isabella Mary Lescas illustration ver 3 chapter 257 sex in the bathhouse after victory 7. At Sufanuk, although it was her first time receiving a cock from behind, Isabella's anus was extremely excited due to not having sex for over a week, watching Uria and Cordelia having sex right in front of her, and even kissing Mary in front of Yuno, so her anus became a complete pussy. I accepted my younger brother's cock like it was my own point, however, just because her body accepted it, that didn't mean Isabella didn't mind. Hi Yuno. This is my first time going behind you. I went all the way back in one go. Oh, this is my first time. It's my first time in the back pushy, even though they had so much sex. Since she first gave her virginity to her brother, Yuno's cock was still pouring unbearable pleasure into her pussy, and the same was true for the anus, where she had sex for the first time today, so Isabella was unable to penetrate it. At the same time, I felt an orgasm, and spurted outside from my vagina point, but whether Isabella went away or not, Juno enjoyed going here and there behind his sister, who was completely his, teasing her waist roughly point crumbling back quota. What is this? It's completely different from my vagina. It's strange, but it feels good, Doug. Furthermore, it feels like my asshole is on fire, and it feels so good I'm going crazy every time Yuno shook her waist. The sound of his cock scraping the wet inside of her anus mixed with Isabella's voice filled the sauna point. Moreover, when Yuno's unique large cock penetrated deep into her anus and pressed against her uterus, which was her most sensitive area, from behind, Isabella writhed in maddening pleasure and let the woman beneath her body tremble. She sang of her pleasure by bouncing her breasts in front of her younger sister. Here ta hang. Ugh. Oh, if you poke there, it goes away again. My older sister's asshole and pussy just got pierced by her younger brother's dick. Go right away. Oh sister, aren't you my sister now? What did you say before I fucked your dick? Huh. At Isabella's words, Yuno stopped shaking her waist with all her might and raised her hand high and then brought it down hard, hitting Isabella's buttocks splat. Clang. Then, a palm-shaped flower bloomed on Isabella's milky buttocks, and at the same time, pussy juice was gushing out from her vagina, and Isabella's anus was squeezing the cock that was biting her even more, showing Yuno how much she was hiding her lewd nature. Sigh. I'm sorry. A female pussy slave with a filthy and lewd body arrogantly asked to be the master's sister. Sigh. Although it is useless other than fucking the master's dick, even though I have a lowly body, both the front and back pussy are volunteering to fuck the master's cock exclusively, so I will squeeze them as hard as I can. Please use the hole the master wants, please. Haha. Had her in the sauna, Cordelia, who had fainted, Uria, Angelina, and Jean, who had finished talking, were all in the sauna, so the humiliation of being declared a female slave in front of Yuno's other women stimulated Isabella's masochistic instincts even more. HMM. Why should I listen to my sister's requests? If there are so butthole slaves, there are two of them, and Jennifer's bitch butthole pussy is also quite useful. Moreover, there are so slaves whose breasts are as big as their mothers and even produce milk. Huh. As Yuno stimulated her by roughly moving the cock lodged in her anus, Isabella rolled her eyes and shouted loudly, because you're my older sister. Who? Because siblings exist to become one again. Because my sister's pussy exists to be fucked by my younger brother's dick. So, please fuck me even more roughly. I'll treat Isabella's pussy with your master's younger brother's cum. Please fill it up. Please fill this perverted incestuous sex slave's asshole and pussy with the master's pregnant cum. Hoot. Looking at her older sister who was completely conquered by his cock, Yuno seemed to be completely satisfied with her and began to rape her roughly. Sister, you look in a good mood. Mary isn't interested in that. But, you look so good that I want to fuck you too. Although she gave up her turn, Juno reached out her hand and rubbed her pussy while ramming her cock into Isabella's anus, so Mary soothed her regrets and made her sister feel a little better. It started to help me feel better. Chiraloop. Jokoo clothes getting my asshole stuffed by the master's cock. I'm getting wet from my sister so fast. It feels good. Incest sex between her siblings is the best feeling in the world. Clothes. Isabella let out a moan and arched her back as a huge climax exploded from inside her, and too, as Isabella's anus tightened around her, she could no longer hold back her ejaculation and released it into her stomach. Semen poured out. Point he. Come in my stomach. My younger brother's cum. That turns me into a female. The sticky cum of my favorite master in the world. Isabella looked at her brother with loving eyes and an expression of great satisfaction as so much semen came into her stomach that it made her stomach bulge. And seeing her eyes, also stood facing Isabella with her loving eyes and lightly kissed her on the lips. Sighed sister. You've had a hard time. But you seem to be happy about that. Of all my girls, Jennifer and I are the only ones who feel inferior, so I didn't know that she would like that. I didn't know I would feel this way either. Of course, if it's your dick, it's fine regardless of whether you look at it from the front or the back. But I hope you can enjoy the back as a treat sometimes while doing the main thing in the front. He, as soon as her sex was over, who had been enjoying a brief pillow talk with Isabella, who had returned from her pussy slave years to her older sister, looked down at her, surprised by her warm energy surrounding his cock. Isabella burst out laughing as she was seen rubbing Yuno's cock with her big breasts and sucking hard on the gland sticking out of her. Ha 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 ho, really? If he's lewd, does that mean he's really surpassed even his mother? Mary, you're saying that, as long as it's Yuno's dick, it doesn't matter if it goes into your sister's asshole? Really? Of course, Isabella always used magic to keep her pussy and anus clean, but even so, it was not easy to suck an object that had entered another person's anus, so she masturbated while sucking her brother's cock. He looked at his younger sister with a smile. Churarulup Japapa, you said that Mary's princess pussy exists to become pregnant by her brother's emperor's dick, right? So, Mary, like her older sister, becomes her brother's incestuous sex-only pussy slave. It will work out. Hormed Jub. JJ woo wop looking at her younger sister cleaning her own cock in such a lewd way. Once again tightened her cock, and immediately laid Mary down on the floor and cleaned her own cock. I started to roughly explore her younger sister's bouncing pussy while the three siblings were enjoying lewd incestuous sex. On one side of the sauna, Uriah, Cordelia, Angelina, and Jean were leisurely enjoying the sauna while watching the three having sex. Really? I thought the master only had 3 arsehole slaves, my sisters and Jennifer. A rival has already been added? He mama, why don't you try it too? Pussy feels good, but arsehole sex feels perfect too. Plus, to mama, the master is like her son. Don't you think you might feel even more special because your daughter is feeling that way? Ha 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 ho. At first, the 3 of them were always treated with extreme respect due to their status as Yuno's mother and Empress of Balkan, but Uriah's earnest request to treat them comfortably at least when they were with Yuno's women during sex and during the civil war at the Imperial Palace made the 4 of them very friendly. They treated each other comfortably and even exchanged jokes. Oh my, they are my daughters. But they are so lewd. I never thought they would reveal their sex like that. In their past life, they were quite chaste girls. But somehow, they ended up like that. I guess what the princesses are saying is true. I heard that it was you who first started having sex with your majesty. Didn't it start with incestuous sex? Uriah's face turned red at Cordelia's direct ball. Oh, you're noisy, Cordelia. Anyway, thank you all 4 of you for listening to my request. When the war is over and I return to the Imperial Palace, I'll try to get along like this with the other children. Let's be honest and open. I'm so happy that there are so many children who can do this, since she originally did not have much sense of authority and was very lonely during her time as Empress, except for her relationship with her children. Uriah actually felt glad that Yuno had so many women. Ah, look, the master has started ejaculating. Mary's stomach is bulging. Ha ha ha, well, now it's our sister's turn, right? By the way, If it's okay, how about Mama and Cordelia join us? Yuria and Cordelia's eyes widened at Angelina's sudden suggestion. Wow sister. That's a good idea. Since the master just enjoyed the princess's real sister's pussy rice bowl, how about giving them a taste of the sister's pussy rice bowl of my sisters, Mama, and Lord Cordelia? When Angelina and Jean stood up and invited them with their huge breasts bouncing, Yuria and Cordelia held their hands with bright smiles, and that day, in the sauna of the Zenon plain where Tyrone was enjoying himself with his wife, the 6 women continued to make out. This exploded all night long. Mari sauna ILLUSTRATION*. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 258, End of the War. 1. While Yuno was having a good time with his women, Tacito's army, who had taken the county of Akal, the most important point in the Zenon plain, was forced to fight a fierce retreat, to return to his home country. The 5th and 7th Corps pursue the enemies to the end. Make them feel the price they have to pay for daring to target the Balkan Empire. As soon as Commander-in-Chief Mayer's instructions were given, the 5th and 7th Corps of the Balkan Empire caught up with them at breakneck speed, taking away the county of Akal and making them unable to properly rest as they turned to the west in vain. Point at the 5th Legion. It's time to show off your talents. It's time to prove that our 5th Legion is the fastest corps in the Empire. The 7th Corps must assist the pursuit of the 5th Corps and prevent the enemy from escaping to another place. We must limit the enemy's retreat and force them to one place. Arnhem and Claudia usually bickered, but they commanded the corps in perfect harmony, and as soon as Tacito's army escaped from the county of Akal, a fiercely strong siege began to surround Tacito's army. Despite being pursued by light infantry, who would have easily chased them off, the Tacito cavalry could not suppress or shake them off. Due to the hay burned by Ajin's actions. The horses, unable to eat properly and exhausted, gradually became slower and slower, and in the end, the cavalry had to carry on the Battle of the Hippopotamus with the unfamiliar equipment of infantrymen. Damn it. Those dirty Vulcan bastards. They took advantage of our inability to fight properly to attack us. What are you saying? That's the basics of tactics. Ugh. If only we had spoken properly. You guys hang so. Where did you get harpooned by our Imperial army on the Enokan plain last time? Ah, that's right. I heard your commander-in-chief became a eunuch. Well, then it's not like you can't fight properly. It was a fight under unfamiliar horses and the light infantry of the 5th Imperial Corps, whose morale was high due to the victory, fought a one-sided battle, almost slaughtering the Tacito cavalry whose morale was at its lowest point. Although a small group of special forces led by Count Mira fought desperately at the rear, their stamina was completely depleted. And they could barely block the guard knights led by Viscount Amin. Moreover, it wasn't just legionnaires who were targeting them. 2 years was still not enough time to completely solidify the occupied territory, so as the news of Tacito's defeat spread, guerrillas began to swarm everywhere, and the thin supply routes began to be attacked. With our village's strength, of course we can't compete against the enemy head on. But if we can get enough supplies, our village will be able to do it. Prevent supplies from reaching the Tacito army, even if it means setting fire to the village warehouse. You have to somehow prove that you have achieved merit. As Tacito's rule prolonged, the villages that had cooperated with them to survive little by little became afraid of possible retaliation from the Balkan Empire. When Zeno's hegemony was about to be reversed again. Therefore, to avoid retaliation, their choice was to attack Tacito. Large villages actively engaged in guerrilla warfare against the Tacito army, even hiring mercenaries, while villages with low military power even set fire to their food to prevent supplies from flowing to the Tacito army. In this way, Tacito's army, suffering from the double hardship of chasing troops and starvation, hastened its journey toward the home country, and in the meantime, the number of their troops was gradually decreasing. However, even in such a hopeless situation, there was one hope for them. And that was that Tyrone's body had completely recovered. Convene all commanders and staff above the rank of 1000 to the command barracks. As soon as he got up from his seat, He reported the current situation to his staff, thought about it for a while, and then summoned the commanders when the summons was issued by Tarun, who appeared for the first time since the last time the county of Akal was occupied. The Ticito commanders rushed to the command barracks. Listen carefully. Tonight, we will escape from here and return to our home country. Hope bloomed on the faces of everyone gathered in the barracks at the sight of Tarun confidently talking about escaping even in a desperate situation where the enemies had occupied Yoyo and surrounded them. But for that to happen, sacrifice is inevitable. And I hope that 2 of the 10,000 seals gathered here will volunteer to lead the crew and charge the enemy with me. Do you have any volunteers for this attack? I will promise a huge reward in my name to the family of anyone who volunteers. In response to Tarun's question, the barracks was filled with silence. I will be at the forefront of this attack. Is there really no one here who would sacrifice his life for his country? Is there not even one brave person here who would sacrifice himself for his comrades who are in danger together with Tarun? Tarun bit his lip at the sight of the commanders remaining silent despite his speech. Backquote as expected. Is there no one? In that case, we have no choice but to do it by lot, or I could have appointed them directly with the authority of the commander-in-chief. But since Tarun wanted to make up his volunteers for this attack, where death was almost certain, he looked at his men with sad eyes and lowered his head point. And at that time, a soldier's voice was heard from the very back. If it's okay with me, I'd like to volunteer for this attack. Tarun's head lifted at the sound of that voice, and he passed through the 1,000 seals gathered in front of him and moved forward. Hey, what is your name and position? There was a young soldier with a stocky build and tan skin, so Tarun grabbed his shoulder and asked a question. My name is Sitsaw Pantika. I was currently serving as a centurion in the Shaka infantry, but as a warrior of the 1,000 seals, I'm serving as the deputy commander of the 1,000 seals. Good, Sitsaw. As of now, I will appoint you as the official heavenly seal. But, you look quite young. How old are you? I can be honest with you, although her body was quite sturdy, she was a bit short and her face looked very young, so Tarun asked Sitsaw's age. I'm currently 15 years old. I lost my parents when I was 12 and joined the military to make a living when Sitsaw's age was revealed. The 10 seals gathered at the command barracks seemed to be greatly shocked. And Tarun did not miss the opportunity to provoke his subordinates. Look at you. Even this young man volunteered for this attack to save his comrades. Don't you feel anything when you see this? Do you want to pass on this heavy responsibility to such a young child and save his life? No. We were short thinking. Archean in university will stand at the forefront. I will apply too. Even if you don't select me, I will stand at the forefront even as a single soldier. A 15-year-old child volunteered for a life-threatening attack, and the shame of hesitating, because they feared for their lives, stimulated the heavenly seals. When all the heavenly seals showed up to volunteer, Tarun selected the 2 oldest heavenly seals and appointed them as a suicide assault force, promising great compensation to their families and generous pensions to the surviving families of his subordinates. Your Excellency Commander-in-Chief, I was the first to apply. I don't have a family to support anyway, so my life isn't worth it to me. So I also chin. Tarun grabbed Setsu's shoulders when she protested against him and led her inside his barracks, and after she had written her letter, she stamped it with her own seal and placed it in his hand. Setsu and Pantika, your support has awakened the spirit of our allies, and you are still young. Children like you, who will lead our team in the future, should not die in vain like this. But your excellency too. No, I will never die. I also want to burn my life and take revenge on that evil Balkan emperor. But I cannot die like this. So you two must survive here and help me. Do you understand? Setsu unconsciously nodded at Tarun's passionate voice. If you understand, after returning to your home country, come to the capital and visit my mansion. If you bring the letter I gave you, the guards at the mansion will not chase you out. Do you understand? Yes. Yes, your excellency. I will follow your orders. Tarun smiled at Setsua, who placed her letter in her arms and bowed before retreating. The healing ring seems to have exhausted its effectiveness, but the space movement necklace is still intact. So, after sacrificing 2,000 troops to break through the enemy's siege and escape the main army, I can return through space movement. Exclamation mark. Emperor, you know, I admit defeat in Xeno this time, but I will definitely get revenge on you. Revenge of our sacrificed soldiers. And revenge of my lost masculinity. Other functions recovered completely, but despite continued focus on healing internal injuries, he lost feeling in his lower abdomen forever with this shameful injury that she could not bear to tell anyone about. Terun burned her hatred for Yuno and prepared to carry out her plan Illustrati of Sets and Pantika chapter 259, End of the War, 2. As soon as Maya heard her report, she jumped up from her seat, as if she couldn't believe it. Quang, what? Did the enemy succeed in escaping? It was only a few hours ago that we received a report that Claudia's 7th Legion had completely taken control of the escape route and was maintaining a siege. How did they escape? The desk swayed, as if it would break, but Maya paid it no heed and glared at the collar of the advisor who brought the news, as if he were going to kill him, demanding an explanation. Well, that is. It is said that 2,000 suicide commandos led directly by the enemy commander-in-chief, Duke Terun, broke through the encirclement while escorting the enemy main force. Are you saying the siege was broken in just 2,000? And what was the 5th Corps doing? Didn't they clearly say they were closely pursuing the enemy? How much damage was done? Blood. It seems like there was almost no damage. But I didn't see it myself. Not in that much detail then. In detail. Whoa. It's done. Go and establish communication with the 5th and 7th Corps commanders. I will personally listen to the report and judge the situation. Maya sighed heavily to calm his excitement and was able to receive a detailed report on the situation once the communication between Arnim and Claudia was connected, and only then was his doubt answered. As expected. It's amazing. Duke Terun. I never thought he would use such a tactic. The Tacito army's breakthrough strategy explained by Arnim and Claudia was simpler than expected. Terun divided the 2,000 troops who volunteered as sacrifices into 4 units of 500 each. And every time he encountered Claudia's defenders who were setting up a defensive position in the area where the main army was moving, he gave them 1 unit at a time to buy time, and while they were throwing away their lives and tying the enemy's feet, he succeeded in leading the main army to break through the encirclement. Then, in pursuit of the 5th Legion's light infantry and Viscount Amin, who were chasing after them, they put on one knight his own armor, cloak, and helmet and led the last remaining 500 troops to charge in a different direction from the main force, making them chase him. It may be a one-on-one duel, but Viscount Amin, who is not familiar with tactics, and Arnim, who is not yet very experienced, were caught up in Terun's tactics and wasted time, so Tacito's army was able to save 2 legions at the cost of 2,000 troops. After tying them up, they were able to successfully return to their home country, save the main force of 20,000 with the sacrifice of 2,000. The idea is easy, but it is not a simple tactic. To implement such a tactic, strong military discipline is basic, and the commander's high reputation is an indispensable condition. As expected, Tacito Kingdom Army. It is not an easy opponent. Mir looked at his map, lost in thought for a moment, and then gave an order to his staff waiting next to him to connect all corps commanders under him by communication point. After a while, when all the corps commanders of the Guard, Western Army, and Northern Army were summoned, Mayor opened his mouth. I'm sure each corps commander has heard of the situation by now, right? Due to a mistake made by the 5th and 7th Corps, the Tacito army escaped from Zenon. But it's okay. It would have been a little more convenient if the 5th and 7th Corps had blockaded the Tacito army. The situation where we have an absolute advantage does not change. Arnim and Claudia blushed and asked him to punish them for falling for the enemy's trick, but Mayor ignored their requests, as if nothing had happened, and went to see Baron Hart, the commander of the 2nd Corps, and Baron Heist, the commander of the 6th Corps. What are the current positions of the Guard Corps and the Western Army? Yes. I think we'll be able to cross the Tacito border tomorrow. It is expected that it will take about 2 more days for our Western Army to recover the troops consumed in the Anakin Plain and advance, but the distance from the Royal Guard Corps is not far away. We can definitely reach it within the set time. We will do it. Mayor smiled at the reports of the 2nd and 6th Corps commanders. Good. It may take a little more time, so the Western Army must adjust the soldiers' condition and move. In 1 week, Our Balkans will pass the Streve. I will follow your orders, and the 5th and 7th Corps commanders should pursue the retreating enemy, but do not engage in unreasonable fighting. We must not forget that the enemy has now entered Tacito's territory, not our Balkan territory. Okay, after the victory in the Enochen Plain, Maya secretly marched a total of 4 corps, including the 5th and 7th Corps pursuing the Tacito army, as well as the Guard Corps and the Western Army, to the southwest. Backquote, we must retake Streve when the enemy's sight is confined to the northwest, where the plain of Zenon lies. And that place will become a bridgehead for the future occupation of Tacito. Major did not miss the opportunity when Tacito's strength was greatly reduced in the Enochen Plain and all the reinforcement were concentrated in the North Point. Streb's army, as determined by the scouts, was reduced to almost half of its usual size, and there was no commander who could be considered a master general of Mercury like the former Count Led Elmo. So Maya believed that he could easily occupy Streb with the strength of 4 corps. I was confident in that point. However, there was one thing that Maya, who had thoroughly planned, was missing, and that was that the 2 boiling young corps commanders were gritting their teeth out of shame and burning a desire for revenge on Tirun Point. As if to prove himself, Tirun, who had finally returned to his home country, was replenishing the hunger of his soldiers and horses, and was taking a breather himself, was chatting with Count Miller. Phew. I can finally take a breather, now that I've received supplies. You were overdoing it, Your Excellency. It was an operation that could have been dangerous if any country was surrounded by the enemy. Don't worry. Don't I have this treasure that Your Majesty gave me? If Viscount Amin hadn't been caught, I would have used this treasure one more time. But the enemy moved according to my thoughts, so I was able to escape with some ease. Still, you must not forget that Your Excellency is the mainstay of Tacito. Even though I said I would take on this role as well. Why should I take on such a dangerous role? No. Because I took the lead, I jumped into the battlefield, where the soldiers were almost certain to die. Would you say that the highest commander must avoid a dangerous place? Your Excellency. Thirun avoided Count Miller's gaze, which looked at him with reverence, as if he were embarrassed. Anyway, what about the Marquis of Grace? He was evacuated to the capital as soon as he came here, so the results must have come out soon. Ah, I forgot to tell you. Although the internal injuries are serious, they say that if you recuperate for a few months, your body will return to its original state. Tirun breathed a sigh of relief that his extremely precious master power had been preserved intact. Thank goodness. The military doctor's original reading was similar, but I was worried that Siark would get worse because he didn't receive proper healing on the battlefield. But I'm really grateful that he held up well. I'll give you the royal elixir. I'll ask you to take it down. I'm sure the Marquis Grace is also grateful for your kind words. The peace of the 2 people who were chatting like that was shattered by Esgrin, who suddenly entered the barracks. Your Excellency, this is urgent news. The Balkan pursuit force has crossed our border and entered our country's territory. Chasers? Surely the enemy 5th and 7th Corps that were chasing us didn't just cross the border. Yes, that's right. The enemy has broken through the border with fearsome momentum and has taken up position on the shore of Lake Semenitra. As soon as Esgrin finished reporting, Tirun opened the map and checked the location of the Imperial army that he had given, spreading out the garrison. Does that mean that they are going to stick with us properly? No matter how much we say we are a defeated army and are being chased away, it seems like they are looking at us too lightly. It certainly seems like the enemy corps commanders lack experience. They don't seem to know what it means to go on an expedition across the border. Haha, Tirun smiled in remorse at the sight of Count Miller agreeing with his words. You're right. Then, I guess I'll have to properly educate these cute little corps commanders on what it means. Of course, I'll definitely have to pay for the education, right? It will have to be very expensive. Shouldn't we repay the Vulcans for our last defeat with interest? Including that, the annihilation of Tukor seems like a reasonable price. Good. You will be at the forefront. This time, show the power of the Tacito cavalry led by you. Let the enemy know how much power a cavalry that is familiar with the geography can produce. Haha, I understand. I will make it so that the Vulcans will urinate just by hearing the sound of their hooves. Haha, Duke Tirun and Count Miller burst into laughter confident of victory, and the two countries that fought a decisive battle on the Anakin Plain began preparing for another fierce war on each front in the south and north. Chapter 260, End of the War, Battle of Lake Semenitra, 2, * 7th Legion Commander Claudia Rylustration*, Arnim, Commander of the 5th Corps, and Claudia, Commander of the 7th Corps, focused on the chase by recruiting their troops, and as a result they broke through the Tacito border at a rapid pace. There was resistance from the border guards, but the combat power of the two fully reorganized corps instantly trampled them, and continued the advance point, but they had to stop their advance at Lake Semenitra. This was because the Tacito army's garrison was visible on the far side of the lake. Corps Commander, this is a report from a scout that the Tacito army is encamped here. It is said that they are receiving supplies here, lighting a bonfire, and taking a rest. Then how about launching a surprise attack right now? If we keep pushing before the enemy regains their energy, we will surely win easily. Claudia, Commander of the 7th Corps, could not help but be troubled by the staff's insistence on attacking. No matter how much the enemy is being chased by us, we are also exhausted. Although the soldiers may not feel fatigue due to excitement now, there is a high possibility that the after effects will come when they actually enter the battle. But the same goes for the enemy. Moreover, the Commander-in-Chief gave us instructions not to overdo it. What should I do in this situation? First, set up a garrison here. Report the situation to the Commander-in-Chief, and give instructions. After much deliberation, the decision she made was to set up her base as usual, and then listen to Maya's instructions. A man came running behind her as she set up a position for the soldiers to set up a camp, and tried to communicate with Maya. Claudia, what are you doing? We have to drive those guys away right away. This is not the time to be like this. Arnim, Corps Commander? No, why are you here? Didn't you tell me to do it via communication if I had something to say? And why do you keep speaking informally? Even though Claudia frowned at her sudden informal speech, Arnim calmly approached her and caught her off guard with her calm expression. What do you think? We've even shared knives with each other, so don't you think we can understand informal language? HAA. Really, you? That's it. But you want to attack the enemy right away. Are you saying that without knowing what the situation is? Of course. Those Tacito guys are running all the way here while being chased by us, so they've lost all their strength. And aren't they letting their guard down right now because they're getting supplies? Are you going to let this golden opportunity go by? Didn't you want to revive it? When Arnim touched his back again, veins appeared on Claudia's forehead. Of course, I also want to achieve merit. However, our army is also lacking strength. Moreover, they probably know that we have come. Are you sure they don't know that? I know it well. But the fight is about momentum. Now, our army has won a great victory on the Anakin Plain, and its morale is high as it took out the enemy's suicide assault troop with almost no damage. If we miss this opportunity, the enemy we will recover as we continue to receive supplies, and we will be left to face the enemy here. Claudia flinched because Arnim's words had a point. Well, even so, I have to first communicate with the Commander-in-Chief and get permission. Claudia, think about it carefully. Commander-in-Chief, Minister Maya, currently thinks of Strive as the main attack. In other words, our role here is to keep the enemy in check. Then shouldn't we just focus on defensive warfare? If we hold out here, the enemy won't be able to move easily, and if our main attack drops Strive, we can completely take control of the south of Tacito. Then, the enemy will naturally join us. We will have to withdraw to block the movement of, and we can take control of the shores of Lake Semenitra without even touching the ground and completely cut off the Holy Kingdom of Johans and Tacito, which will have the effect of shortening the front line. As if being promoted to the rank of Corps Commander at a young age was not for nothing, Claudia perfectly understood Maya's tactics and explained to Arnim why he should focus on defense. So, then we haven't done anything, right? Besides, we were tricked by those guys once. Aren't you even angry? We're being treated like a stupid Corps Commander who fell for their trick and opened up the withdrawal route. That's how I'm being treated. I can't stand it. Well, of course I understand the tactics you explained. Of course, Minister Maya's tactics will be successful, even if we just keep the enemy in check. But what if we inflict a serious blow on the enemy here? This would be an opportunity to completely destroy Tacito. And we will be the #1 contributors. You will be able to establish the family in an instant, and I will be able to succeed. After inheriting my father's title, Claudia swallowed her saliva at Onim's words. Wow, definitely. If we destroy the enemy here, our troops' future actions will be greatly advantageous. Moreover, the number of masters is the same. If Viscount Amin and the trial master that His Majesty has assigned to our legion can deal with just 2 enemy masters, this is a fight worth fighting. Above all, the enemy's cavalry power has been greatly reduced. And because of the forest next to the lake, the terrain is very difficult to operate cavalry on. The odds of winning are good. Arnhem's temptation penetrated deep into the heart of Claudia, the daughter of a fallen family. So in the end, she gave in to Arnhem's temptation, and suggested that she let her army rest for just one night, and then advance her legion. Arnhem also felt the need to give his soldiers rest, and he judged that it was impossible for the severely damaged Tacito army to fully recover in one day. So he was satisfied that she agreed to his proposal. With a frown on his face, he returned to his camp point as the sun rose the next morning. The 5th and 7th Corps began to slowly advance towards the Tacito garrison, where bonfire smoke was rising in the distance. Onhim and Claudia urged the soldiers on as they watched a huge army numbering 15,000 people advance along the road next to the foggy lake. Move quickly. Quickly. Didn't the main building give you a good rest yesterday? If you want to reach the enemy's camp by the afternoon, you have to move quickly. The place where the smoke is rising over there is where the enemy's camp is. Wouldn't it be better for you to wipe them out quickly and rest comfortably rather than face the enemy here? Although each had a different style of leading the soldiers, the 2 men led the soldiers with faces full of confidence because they were soldiers who moved completely like their own limbs through several battles, and the soldiers receiving orders also had trust in their commanders. He gave me a look and quickly walked away. It's the enemy. I see a group of enemy javelin cavalry ahead. Claudia felt a little suspicious as the enemy's movements were not visible despite her own movements, but the cavalrymen of Tacito's army who appeared just in time cleared away her doubts. There is no need to chase after them quickly. Raise your shield to thoroughly block the javelin, and then press on the enemy. The pursuit is left to the 5th Corps Light Infantry. Dozens of cavalrymen rushed forward and threw javelins, but the heavy infantry of the 7th Legion led by Claudia lived up to her expectations by simply blocking the javelins. Now give the 5th Corps a chase signal as she attempted to send a message to her Arnhem. She smiled as she saw the 5th Legion Light Infantry riding up next to her formation to take on her enemy's cavalry. Really? He's definitely a frivolous man, but his commanding ability is definitely trustworthy. It moves on its own without any signal. Claudia also sent orders to her own legions to follow her 5th Legion, and she herself mounted her horse and rode in front of her. 5th Corps commander, I don't know much about commanding troops, but isn't this too hasty? I think it will be difficult for our troops to demonstrate proper combat power on a narrow road where troops can only advance in a straight line. Claudia lightly patted her chest to show that she was okay after hearing Viscount Amin's words of concern for her. Don't worry, Viscount Amin. The enemy's camp is almost 6 hours away from here. I think even with the footsteps of our Imperial army, we will not be able to encounter the enemy until the afternoon. Moreover, the cavalry, which is the enemy's main weapon, is even more difficult to move. Supported Claudia's explanation. Viscount Amin nodded her head, saying she understood. She felt a little uncomfortable, but she was the commander of the troops, and she was a knight sent to deal with the enemy master, so she had no authority, and as an unprofessional, it was not her area to interfere. It was because of judgment. Watching the enemy cavalry, which had expended all its javelins, shake off the pursuit of the light infantry and flee, Claudia increased the speed of his troops' advance. The distance between us and the 5th Corps must not increase. Increase your speed further. Claudia felt victory as she watched her corps increase its marching speed according to her orders. If things continue like this, we can attack the enemy before he completely finishes supplying us. Of course, the enemy probably knew we were coming, so they sent the cavalry, but it was clearly just a bit to kill time anyway. But let me tell you that there is no use in buying time like that. Claudia imagined herself raising a splendid family and went to the front of his legion and commanded his troops. Look, you're so excited that you're judging the situation so well, aren't you? But I can't lose either. Guys, move faster. Our 5th Corps is fighting against that sloppy 7th Corps. Shouldn't we fall behind and take the credit? R also moved his troops quickly, as if he would not be left behind by Claudia. And that afternoon, Arnhem and Claudia watched with their own eyes as their legion was brutally annihilated and were put in a position where they hoped that this situation was a nightmare they could not wake from. 7th Corps Commander Claudia. Illustration chapter 261. End of the war. Battle of Lake Semenitra. 3. *ILLUSTRATION of Claudia fighting against the tomb. Yesternight, the Duke of Thirun ordered his cavalry of 13,000 men to hand over most of their horses to his supply corps and equip them with only their horses. Your Excellency, no matter how much you say to me, it is difficult to understand this order. Are you telling us to die? How can the cavalry fight if they abandon their horses? Of course, the cavalry soldiers resisted tremendously, but when Count Müller, the highest commander of the cavalry, stepped forward and shouted, they flinched. So, are you saying that you can produce maximum combat power in your current state? How can you fight while riding on battle horses that are on the verge of collapse from exhaustion? Although they were supplied, most of the horses were exhausted, and it took almost a week to fully recover. This meant that they could not fight properly against the Balkan army that had crossed the border, so the soldiers could only groan. It was just that. Ugh. Ha. But at that time, when Thirun stepped next to Count Müller, all the soldiers' eyes turned to him. I know very well what you are worried about. It will not be easy for you, who have only fought with horses so far, to fight head on with the Balkan heavy infantry. But trust me this time. Last time on the Enochen Plain, the battle was lost due to my tribe, but this time it is different. This Thirun will definitely lead you to victory. Following Count Müller's words, Thirun himself came forward and gave an impassioned speech, and the soldiers who had been dissatisfied just a moment ago were moved and nodded. Okay. Anyway, the only one we can trust is your Excellency. If you don't trust His Excellency, the guardian deity of Tacito, then who can you trust? Even if you tell me to go to hell, I will follow you. At Thirun's encouragement, the soldiers regained their morale and chanted Thirun's name, raising the national flag and military banner high in the sky. Then, Thirun also looked at his soldiers for a while with an emotional face, then calmed them down and began giving detailed orders. Esgren. Arm all 3,000 cavalrymen with heavy infantry equipment, then join the remaining 2,000 heavy infantrymen, and take charge of the defense of the main camp. Not a single enemy soldier must pass up this hill. Yes, I understand. I will stop the enemy, even if it means sacrificing my life. Count Müller, you lead the remaining 1,000 cavalry and lie in ambush in the forest in front of the enemy garrison. As you get closer to the enemy, you must wrap cloth around your horse's hooves, so that the enemy guard does not notice, and move when there is no moon. Britold. Excellency. Then, what is the signal? I will arm the remaining soldiers with light infantry equipment and attack them. When the trumpet sounds, attack the enemy from behind. You will be able to lead our cavalry and drive the enemy back even in the thick forest. And in this battle, you will be able to kill the enemy. You should focus on pushing away rather than attacking. Even if the opponent's master appears, you should avoid one-on-one duels. Count Müller tilted his head for a moment when Thirun told him not to focus on killing the enemy, but thinking that there must be a reason for Thirun's order, he pounded his chest and pledged to follow Thirun's orders. Brit, I understand. This time, I will show the enemy the true nature of Artesito cavalry. Although Count Müller was a little disappointed that his opponent was not the adopted daughter of Count Radelmo, who brought shame to him last time on the plains of Enochen, he entered the plains of Zenon with a burning determination to bring victory to his country this time. He led the last cavalry unit of the expeditionary force and went into an ambush. Balkan Empire. I will show you what the price is for trespassing into Artesito territory. I will definitely avenge the shame of Enochen Plains. Thirun also ordered his remaining troops to wear only light weapons and then led all of his troops into the forest along the lakeside road. As the night deepened, both armies prepared for an all-out war the next day. As Claudia followed behind the 5th Legion, which was advancing in pursuit of dozens of enemy javelin cavalry, she felt a little concerned about the deep foggy forest next to her. Oh, this forest. It's so dense and foggy that it's a perfect formation for an ambush. Of course, an enemy whose main force is cavalry wouldn't do something crazy like fight in the forest, but that ice what caught her eye was a dried leaf. Leaf. No, it's not fallen, and the leaves near a lake with plenty of water are this dry. Is the fog this thick? Moreover, the direction of this wind. Something is strange. The operation must be stopped. As soon as she saw the leaf, Claudia sensed something strange was going on and made a quick decision. All troops, stop. Communication wizard. Call the 5th Corps Commander. Boo. Corps Commander? Why are you stopping the military? There are still 10 kilometers left to reach the area expected to be the enemy's camp. Now, what if we encounter an enemy scout? Despite cries of opposition from her advisors, Claudia ordered her troops to stop. Ugh. There's no time to explain. Quickly, the 5th Corps Commander. The 5th Corps Commander has connected. When the wizard in charge of communication brought a crystal ball, Claudia quickly took it out and spoke to Arnim. What's going on? Claudia, the advance here is going very smoothly. 5th Corps Commander. Stop the pursuit right now. It's an enemy trap. A trap? There's still a lot of distance between us and the enemy. What kind of nonsense is this? Moreover, there is a thick forest on the left side of the road we are on, and a deep lake on the right. An area where large-scale cavalry cannot be operated. But even before Arnim finished speaking, Claudia heard a sound that signified despair. Fire. The enemy has set fire. The fire won't go out. It looks like it was started by an enemy wizard. The flames spread through the parched forest in an instant. Ugh. This sound. Holy shit. Don't you still understand? It's a fire attack. Commander of the 5th Corps. Retreat right now. We'll take over the army and go back to the garrison. Claudia tried to quickly retreat a 7th Legion along with the 5th Legion, but was forced to throw herself backwards when she felt a javelin thrown by an enemy soldier grazing her head and shattering the communication orb in her hand. Wire. Kill the Vulcan guys. Make me regret crossing over to our Tacito land, seeing countless Tacito soldiers attacking the side of the Legion with loud trumpet sounds. Claudia gave instructions on how to deal with them. Everyone, stay calm. The enemy's armament is extremely poor. Form a formation like you normally fight and block the enemy. But it was only then that she realized. Damn it. The road is too narrow to form a compact formation, which is our military specialty. Plus, you can't attack them carelessly due to the enemy's fire. If we are not careful, we could all burn to death. As she saw so many soldiers being engulfed in flames, she had no choice but to make a decision. Disband the square. Retreat to avoid the flames. Retreat and form against Chiang. Even before Claudia's instructions were finished, she was shocked to see her Viscount Armand blocking her powerful javelin that flew in front of her. What is this? Tacito cavalry. Drive back the enemy at once. Make Semenitra the home of the Balkans. When Claudia was startled by the sight of man at the head of a cavalry swarm coming from the rear of her army with great force, Viscount Armand tapped her on the shoulder to come to her senses and then rode his horse to confront him. I ran out for its master. It looks like he's the one that Lord Cordelia had a fight with. I'll take charge of that guy so Commander Claudia can focus on commanding the troops. From what I see, getting out of here seems to be the top priority. Watching Viscount Armand begin to fight the enemy master, Claudia bit her lip out of guilt for letting her guard down and continued her command with all her might to save the troops under her command. Retreat. Retreat to the lakeside, where the flames cannot reach, and rebuild your formation. However, her voice did not reach the completely disfigured legionnaires, and the 7th Legionary soldiers wandered around in the burning forest and died of suffocation or being impaled by the spears of Tacito's army. As the formation completely collapsed, enemy soldiers began to flock to her. The corps commander suddenly, damn it, retreat. We must save our lives first. All troops, retreat towards the north. Claudia ran around the battlefield to save every single one of her troops. cutting down enemy soldiers at random point with the war situation quickly tilting. Viscount Amin went overboard and tried to turn the situation around by killing the enemy master, but when Count Muller avoided the duel, his attempt was in vain, and the 7th Legion led by Claudia was instantly cut in half. We had to retreat to the lakeside, where the flames could not reach Illustration of Claudia, commander of the 7th Corps, surrendering the tomb. Chapter 262. End of the war. Battle of Lake Semenetra. 4. Asterisk. 5 Corps Commander Arnim Illustration asterisk. Battle of Lake Semenetra. 4. As Claudia was desperately running toward her lake to keep her men alive, her 5th Legion commander, Arnim, made the exact opposite choice for her. His choice was to charge into the opponent's formation, and taking advantage of the quick mobility of the 5th Legion, whose main force was light infantry, he and his 5th Legion soldiers quickly broke through the burning forest and charged towards the Tacito garrison. But move quickly. The enemy will use all their might to ambush. So, we must catch the enemy off guard, occupy their camp, and use it as a defensive position. And we must help the 7th Corps retreat here. It's because I was greedy that our military ended up like this. Damn it. Claudia, hold on. We will somehow capture the enemy's camp, at least until Thenelthau. She bickered with her every time she came across her face. Arnim, who cared for her deep down, felt her guilt, and at the same time, prayed for her safety, and urged her subordinates to help her. She didn't stop her steps toward the enemy's base point, although his troops were damaged by the ambushes that kept coming out. He believed that the way to overcome this difficulty was to occupy the enemy camp, so he gritted his teeth and continued to advance, swinging his sword. Corps Commander, I can see the enemy's position on the hill. It was located closer than I thought. Finally, the news that the enemy camp had been discovered brought a slight smile to Arnim's face, and he quickly ran to the lead and gave orders to his commanders. Good. The enemy's camp will be completely empty, so the entire army will quickly rush in and occupy it, then set up defenses. What? However, as soon as he entered Tacito's formation on the hill, what he saw was Tacito's heavy infantry forming a wide defensive position, so he could not help but be taken aback. How? There are troops here. HMPH. Our Duke of Tirun knew you would come here. You guys were playing in the palm of the Duke's hand, because the slope of the hill was quite high. The Tacito army was completely invisible to the Imperial army until they reached the top. The Tacito heavy infantry, which was fully prepared and waiting for the Balkan army to arrive, slowly followed Eskren's command. It started to put pressure on me. Damn it. I never thought they'd deploy troops all the way here. We're at a disadvantage in terms of armament, morale, and physical strength. But we can't back down. After coming this far, we have to break through somehow. In the end, Arnim gritted his teeth, stood at the forefront, swung his sword, boosted the soldiers' morale, and gave the order to charge, punch through. Those guys are the ones who were fighting on horseback not long ago anyway. They don't even know how our infantry fights. Charge. The soldiers of the 5th Corps rushed at his command, but Tacito's army's infantry square was stronger than expected. Ugh. The fence built by the garrison wall on the hilly terrain is in the way, so our light infantry doesn't have a good corner to dig into. Moreover, the heavy infantry at the front are made up of quite experienced guys. If they can dig into the rear, they can open a gap, but in terrain like this more than 5,000 troops attacked intensively, but the Tacito army risked their lives to maintain a square formation point even in a situation where numerous casualties were occurring. Tirun's adjutant Eskren's skillful command supported the clumsy support of the rear heavy infantry and gave them time to hold on. Don't fight too hard. Soon, His Excellency will come here after clearing out the enemy's rear troops. If we hold out until then, we will win. Damn it. It's just like that guy said. If time drags on, it won't be to our advantage. In the end, you have to make a choice. Even in this situation, the soldier's screams could be heard in his ears, so Arnim couldn't bear his nervousness and bit his lip point. And as if to force him to make a quicker decision, an ambush force led by Tirun was attacking them from the rear of the 5th Corps. Eskren, you held out well. All troops, drive out the invaders. make them regret ever entering this land. The morale of Tirune's soldiers who returned to the garrison after crushing the 7th Corps and brutally trampling the rear troops of the 5th Corps was sky high, and the soldiers of the 5th Corps began to be attacked from both the rear and the front. He began to collapse, screaming desperately. Suddenly, in addition, Tirune, burning with revenge on Yuno, charged in, spewing out bloody sword energy, and cutting down his soldiers at random. In the end, Unim had to admit defeat, retreat. Our 5th Corps is also fleeing towards the northern lake shore, where the 7th Corps is located. Each of us forms our ranks. Ugh, Kang, Unim, who barely managed to block the sword energy emitted by Tirune, grabbed the 5th Legion's flag, and announced a retreat point. But even as he announced his retreat, he moved his steps towards the south, which was his exact opposite. 5th Corps. Everyone retreats. I will block this place, Commander. Hurry and avoid. If the Corps commander is killed, it is no different from the fact that our entire Corps was killed. No, it's me who led you into a trap with my greed. So, I'll stay until the end to buy time, so you guys get out of the way quickly, then let's just fight here until we fight. Wouldn't it be enough to just kill 100 soldiers per person? Isn't that right, Corps Commander? Because Unim was well liked by his subordinates, dozens of troops gathered around him, and they drew their swords, determined to fight with Unim until the end point, and their appearance seemed to have impressed Tirune quite deeply, so he stopped slaughtering the Imperial army, and reorganized his troops and approached Unim. How you fell into my trap. But you seem to be getting along quite well with your subordinates. Balkan Corps Commander. What is your name? Joachim Joshua Unim. He is the eldest son of Count Unim and the commander of the 5th Corps of the Great Balkan Empire, appointed by His Majesty the Emperor. Tirune must have been quite satisfied with the sight of Unim standing in front of him with his eyes lit up and fighting proudly, so he wiped away the sword energy from his sword and approached him. Yes, Count Unim's son. Do you have any intention of formally surrendering to us, Tacito? It seems that you still have quite a few shortcomings, but even in this unfavorable situation, you will not give up hope until the end, and will try to exploit the enemy's weaknesses, and you face death. I really like the reputation of my subordinates. If you surrender, do you think so, Tacito? Shut up. As the commander of a corps in the Great Balkan Empire, I cannot surrender to the enemy. I cannot betray the trust His Majesty gave me when I was still young like that. Tirune sighed in disappointment at the sight of Unim rejecting his offer, even before he finished speaking. Okay. Then there's nothing we can do. Still, since I like this talent, I'll let him go without pain. Tirune again injected a lot of mana into his sword, and his sword was filled with a dark and deadly sword energy, and he made magical sword moves. Damn it. It's on a different level from the sword technique I blocked earlier. There's no way I could have blocked it. I wonder if I'm going to die like this. I don't regret dying, but, furthermore, I should confess to Claudia that it happened like this. Who closed his eyes tightly and waited for the sword to fly to his neck, realized that his neck was still intact, even though a considerable amount of time had passed. What? His head was already cut, and I didn't know? Oh, isn't it? That Tirune guy over there has a stupid face. Ha. Unim, commander of the 5th Corps. Step back. I will keep you in check. So lead your troops and join the 7th Corps. Ajin. Unim cheered when Trollmaster Ajin, whose existence was kept in strict secrecy only at the level of a corps commander or higher, appeared leading his clan. If Ajin keeps Tirune in check, we can drive them out of here. Aren't the trolls the most powerful in the forest? Crumbling. No. It is true that our clan is strong in the forest, but not in the burning forest. Our regenerative ability is vulnerable to heat, so our combat power is lowered. Moreover, your 5th Legion is currently suffering severe damage and needs maintenance. So hurry up and take over the military. Oh, I understand if Ajin could capture Tirune, it would not be impossible to wipe out Tacito's base with his troll clan. So Unim sighed with regret and led the remaining troops toward the north. Meanwhile, Tirune had no choice but to sit back and watch as Unim led his troops to defeat the army. This was because the shocking reality that the troll master who had been harassing his army so much in the mountains of the Zenon Plain was a member of the Balkan Empire, and that trolls could talk struck him point, and it wasn't just him, it was the same for other Tacito soldiers, who instinctively took a step backwards. Oppressed by the intimidating feeling emanating from the giant troll. Ugh. Damn the Vulcan Emperor. I don't know how you tamed such a monstrous monster, but you will regret this fact being revealed. For now, get out of here. When Tarun withdrew, Ajin, who was keeping him in check, also headed north with his clan. There was no need for him to risk his life, since his goal of rescuing the commander of the 5th Corps had been accomplished anyway. Oh my god. Such severe damage. I didn't know the damage would be this much. I'm sorry, Claudia. My greed got you involved too. As soon as the 2 young corps commanders reached the lakeside, they checked the troops by cooling their heated skin and equipment, and the results left them in great shock. 7th Corps. Out of a total of 8,000 troops before the start of the battle, about 5,000 died, about 5,000 were missing, about 2,000 were injured. About 1,000 remaining troops. 5th Corps. Out of a total of 7,000 troops before the start of the battle, about 3,000 died, about 3,000 were missing, about 2,500 were injured. About 1,500 remaining troops. Claudia and Arnim almost collapsed due to the disastrous result of having only 2,500 healthy troops out of 15,000. But since they did not know when the enemy's pursuing army would attack, they collected the wounded and fled to the plain of Zenon as quickly as possible. I was on my way back to and, after receiving the reports from the 2 Corps commanders, Maya had to burst out in anger, hurling all the non-cussive insults at the Illustration of 5th Corps Commander Joachim Joshua. I'm angry at the outcome of the battle. Chapter 263. End of the war. Second Battle of Streve. 1. Catherine. Chinadris Illustration. Did you see all the idiots in the world? I warned you not to fight carelessly, but you forgot, and ended this war in just one day. Just an hour ago, upon hearing the good news that the expeditionary force of the Southwestern Front had reached Streve, Mia, who was smiling and enjoying a chat while drinking hot tea with the commanders of the Northern and Western Army, heard the worst news from the Northwestern Front. He burst into anger by throwing the teacup he was drinking at the barracks wall. Calm down, Minister Mayor. Those guys made a mistake due to their youthful energy. I guess they were probably swayed by a seasoned enemy general. What kind of mistake is this? It's the fault of idiots who couldn't properly follow the order to just stop fighting. Even though Baron Sigwald, the commander of the Northern Army, stepped in to stop him, Mayor's anger seemed not to subside, and he grunted and roughly removed the hand holding his shoulder. Next, he approached the communication magic sphere and shouted into the faces of the 2 Corps commanders on the screen, "You idiots. Retreat from there immediately and return to the county of Akel where His Majesty is. And after reporting to His Majesty in detail how you were defeated, receive the punishment His Majesty gives you." The 2 people's complexions turned pale when they were told to confess their sins directly to the Emperor, but since it was such a crushing defeat that they had nothing to say, even if their heads ran dry. Arnim and Claudia quietly nodded. But can those guys retreat well? Shouldn't we send some troops to guard them? I heard there are quite a few wounded soldiers. Mayor shook his head at the words of Baron Hassor, commander of the Western Army. By now, the news that our army is heading to Streve has probably reached the other side. Blocking that area would be a much higher priority than forming a pursuit army and annihilating the remnants of the defeated soldiers. Moreover, with the troops completely devastated at Anakin, there is no need to do anything. Since we fought a battle, the after effects will not be easy. I guess it's worth it. More than that, I'm worried about the army in Streve. According to my original plan, the 5th and 7th Corps should have tied up the enemy masters. That's why I added Viscount Amin and Ajin. I never thought such a catastrophe would happen. Ugh. Viscount Amin was slightly injured in this battle and is said to need recuperation for about 3 months, and the Troll Master was also injured due to burns, so it would be difficult to deploy him to Streve. Yes. The key to this Streb strategy is what to do with the opponent's master power. Anyway, what is this? Because of the idiots. Since it was clear that the enemy master would come towards Streve once the threat from the Northwestern Front had disappeared, Mayor glared at Arnim and Claudia once again, holding his forehead as if he was in pain. Well, I know this is presumptuous, but how about asking your Majesty to participate in the Streve front? No matter what anyone says, the most masters in our empire are His Majesty the Emperor, the commander of the Knights of the Guard, and Empress Li. Arnim, who was suggesting to the communication sphere to ask Yuno to participate in the war, was tired of the three pairs of burning eyes staring at him through the communication sphere and had to throw his body backwards. What a crazy guy. What? You want us to ask His Majesty to go to the battlefield? And that too in a dangerous role, dealing with the enemy master? You are out of your mind after suffering such a crushing defeat. Is that something that came out of the mouth of a Balkan Corps commander? Can't you come out here right now? I guess you'll have to die by my hands to come to your senses. Mayor, Baron Hassor, and Baron Sigvald glared at Arnim as if he were going to kill them and attacked him mercilessly. Oh, no, that's not what I meant. Just the facts themselves. Really. He looks thoughtless when he looks at things like this. But he's definitely not that kind of person. He is a brave man who puts himself in danger due to poor judgment, but even in that situation, he makes the best judgment and goes into danger to execute it. Even now, it's probably on purpose for me. Thanks to the intensive attention Arnim received, Claudia was able to take a breather out of the sight of the three high-ranking commanders, and due to that misunderstanding, her heart gradually began to tilt toward Arnim. No matter what this guy's bullshit is, as long as the enemy has a master power is essential for our military as well. As expected, I have no choice but to ask your majesty to dispatch Sir Lichtenor. He may have to deal with the two on his own, but in any case, his skills are the best on this continent. He will be able to do it. I'll have to make a request to His Majesty first. If not, I have no choice but to withdraw the military. There was a concern that calling in the leader of the Knights Guards, which was directly under the Emperor, here and there as needed, would be seen as a blow to the Emperor's authority. So Maya carefully sent a message to Yuno, who was resting in the county of Ackle Point. The three commanders were nervous that Yuno would reject them, but Yuno's answer was very refreshing. No matter how much I'm the leader of the Knights of the Guard, if the country needs me, I will dispatch you at any time. And the same applies to luggage. So if a situation arises where you need to mobilize a master, feel free to request it at any time. And in this case, the commander of the Knights of the Guard's intention to participate in the war was so certain that he was willing to go to the war unconditionally, even if his luggage prevented it. When they heard Juno's answer and the news that Lichtenor had joined the Streb expeditionary force through space travel, they were able to breathe a sigh of relief. Lichtenor, who had the worst experience of being taken hostage by Tirune's cowardly men and women during the last battle of the plain of Zenon, was full of revenge, and this time he headed straight for Streve, saying he would repay his debt on the plain of Zenon. Naturally, the joining of Lichtenor caused the morale of the soldiers to plummet. Good. Let's go as an expeditionary force. This time, we must completely make Streve a territory of our Balkan Empire. The 3rd Guards Corps must bypass Streve and prevent the enemy's reinforcement and supplies from reaching it. The remaining corps conduct a final inspection of the siege weapons. Tomorrow morning, the attack begins. Upon hearing the news of Lichtenор's arrival, Maya, who joined the Streb expeditionary force with other commanders, ordered an all-out attack on the Streb expeditionary force, and from the next day, a brutal wave offensive by the 30,000 Imperial army began. However, contrary to Maya's expectations, the Tisito Kingdom flag hanging on the walls of Streve Castle remained intact even a few days after the Imperial Army's offensive began. If it had been the existing commander, he would have captured Streve a long time ago, but the morale of the fortress defenders was boosted by the fact that Count Mila, a master as well as Duke Darun, the commander-in-chief of the entire army and the country's strongest master, had moved into the fortress with a few reinforcement. Soared into the sky without knowing how high it was, and under his command, all the defenders moved as one, and crushed the Balkan wave offensive. During those few days, numerous heavy infantrymen were knocked down by arrows, while pounding on the castle gates with hammered vehicles, and while climbing a siege tower that had succeeded in attaching itself to the castle wall, they were burned to death along with the siege tower by a flying arrow. Numerous Light infantrymen were brought in with burns from boiling water while climbing up the walls using ladders and died after their heads were broken by stones. Although Tacito's two masters kept Leech Tanoa in check by sporadically unleashing his sword energy and blocking his movements as much as possible, they were unable to engage in a direct duel as it was a siege rather than a rotation taking place on the plains. So Leech Tanoa was a sacrificed soldier. I couldn't help but feel indignant as I looked at the field. Duke Tarun, come down from the castle walls. I will make you pay for the cowardice you did last time. Why? Are you afraid of me? Are you afraid to even fight a duel? Because if it is not a cowardly act, skill will not work. Question mark? You coward. While the troops for the offensive were being switched, Leech Tanoa stepped forward and made a provocation, but all he got back from the castle wall was ridicule. Haha, you will try so hard. Lord Leech Tanoa, I admit that I'm less skilled than you, so it is not natural for you to be afraid. Of course, if you want a duel, I will do it. Of course, you can join forces with Count Muller here. If it's good. Haha. This bastard. I like it. Come down. I don't care if it's a 2-on-1 duel. If it's Count Muller, who couldn't even defeat Cordelia, I'm confident that I'll survive, even if I get involved in the match with Tarun. In the meantime, our army can occupy Streb. The idea was to invite the opposing commander to the duel and then occupy the fortress in the meantime, but Tarun seemed to have already read Leech Tanoa's thoughts and shouted with a funny face. Haha, you're really hot. But what? The situation seems to be more favorable to our side. If we accept their offer, we'll have to impose a little more penalty, right? So what about the three of you? If you don't mind the three of us, I can come down, right? Haha, what? What? 3. When Rich Tanoa, embarrassed, raised his head and looked closely, not only was Count Muller sitting next to Tarun, but also the Marquis of Grace, who had a slightly pale complexion. Lord Grash was injured in the last battle of Enochen, but thanks to His Majesty the King, he was able to recover quickly. It looks like you are the only master left there besides the Emperor. Sir Amin and that troll were quite seriously injured. Even if it's a war, they're mobilizing monsters. You cowards. I will never forgive you. Holy shit. Even if it's me, 3 is too much. To be honest, I can only survive with just 2, but it's impossible to win. What should I do about this situation? Leah Ternada eventually gave up the duel and retreated, and Maya decided that it would be unreasonable to launch any further offensives, so he withdrew all his troops and had them take a rest before holding a meeting among their commanders. Woo. Minister. Is there no way? There have already been over 7,000 casualties. If we don't let this go, it would be better to retreat here. At the words of Baron Hassor, the commander of the Western Army, who spoke of a cautious retreat, Maya hardened his face and shouted with a stern expression, no. If we retreat and then get raided from the rear, that is also a problem. If we make a mistake, we may have to give up the western part of the Zenon plain to the enemy again, so we must capture Streve here. That's right. We can't back down. Almost 1 legion, no, 3 legions if you include the disaster at Simenitra were destroyed, and we weren't able to take even an inch of the enemy's land. No matter how much we recaptured the plain of Zenon, this is. Therefore, we must retake Streve, even if we launch an all-out attack using all of our legions, as the Emperor's accomplishments, such as the great feat of recapturing the plain of Zenon upon his ascension to the throne, could be overshadowed. Baron Sigvald, commander of the Northern Army, agreed with Mayor's words and insisted on a decisive battle. Even in a decisive battle, the enemy's master power is a problem. Currently, we only have 1 Lord Leech Tanoa, but the enemy now has 3 masters. Shouldn't we also ask your majesty to receive the remaining elixir from the imperial treasures and restore Viscount Amin? Ugh. It is said that Heinrich, who was dethroned during the last civil war, gave the last elixir left in the imperial treasury to Count Cashew. So, there is nothing we can do now. When a figure wrapped in a robe suddenly entered the command barracks where all the commanders were groaning and covering their heads, everyone's eyes turned to him, and the corps commanders put their hands on the hilts of their swords, preparing for a possible assassination. Who are you? Take off your robe right now, and reveal your identity. How dare you come here at the words of the corps commanders. The person who broke into the command barracks took off the hood attached to his robe, and his identity was naturally revealed. Ho ho ho, you seem to be having a lot of problems. How can I help you out? Since her identity was Catherine, the second empress of the Balkans, the eyes of her numerous commanders and staff widened. Whoa, Empress Mama. How did you get here? You need to return to the palace right away. This is the front line of the battle line. You never know when you might be attacked. *illustration of Catherine's secret interior with her robe open. Chapter 264. End of the war. Second Battle of Streb. 2. *KAYL ninja uniform *illustration*. Looking at the many people urging her to withdraw, Catherine radiated strong energy and pressed them. Ho ho ho. Since I was quiet after giving birth, everyone seems to have forgotten. I was the one who subdued Tirun of Tacito during the Adriatic Civil War. Have you forgotten that His Majesty's martial arts teacher was none other than Catherine Aragorn von Balkan? The corps commanders could only groan at the energy Catherine gave off, and Maya, who had been close to Juno's women, while in the Tsidonacana territory, and had a general understanding of their personalities, quickly stepped forward and took her place. After securing it, she sat down with a satisfied smile and asked for a briefing. I heard that the war situation is not going well. I heard you are struggling a lot. What is the exact situation? Yes. Currently, among the 4 corps, the 3rd Guards Corps is positioned around Streve and is successfully blocking the incoming support. However, the 4th and 6th Corps, which attacked the fortress, were greatly injured, and the 2nd Guards Corps suffered slightly less damage. However, the damage here is quite large, and detailed damage figures are written here. Catherine frowned as she looked closely at the documents that Maya handed over to her. I guess the damage to the Guard Corps near the capital was slightly better than that of other corps, because the equipment was slightly better. Of course, it's almost like a dog, but the damage to the corps was greater than expected. It seems big. That's right, Empress. So Lord Liechtenauer tried to attract the enemy masters and tie them up in a duel, but he failed, because one more enemy master was added. Catherine's eyebrows rose slightly when she heard Maya's report that a master had been added. If it's the master, could it be that he is the leader of Tacito's guard knights? No, I guess not him. He is famous for never leaving Carmarthen, the capital of Tacito. If so, is it possible that he was Vice Captain Amin in the last battle of Venacan Plains? I was told that he would need to recuperate for at least 3 months. How could he? As you said, it is the Marquis of Grace. It is presumed that King Tacito gave his prized elixir to the injured Marquis of Grace. Then, it is understandable that the lords were having a hard time. With 3 masters and the commander-in-chief directly leading the defensive battle and achieving successive victories, their morale must be sky high. Yes, so we were having a meeting to establish measures to deal with the enemy masters. If the enemy masters are defeated in front of the enemy army, their morale will plummet, and if that happens, they will be able to capture Streve, whose repairs have not yet been completed. It's quick. Well, then it's decided. The easiest way to deal with the master is to deal with the same master. Catherine's words meant that she would participate in the war herself, so the mouths of Maya and her subordinates fell open. Oh, no. That's absolutely not possible. Why is that? The situation is serious enough that Director Liechtenauer is proposing a 2:1 duel. Wouldn't it be natural for the situation to be much more advantageous if I participate? When even Maya objected, Catherine tilted her head, as if she did not understand what she meant. Of course, I know that the Empress is strong, but I cannot entrust such a dangerous task to the Empress. If something happens to the Orc, Your Majesty, it was already widely known throughout the Empire that Juno loved his wives, so Maya and her staff were afraid of the repercussions if Catherine were to suffer any serious injuries. Quang, as I said before, don't you know that I defeated Duke Darun, the strongest man in Tacito, in a one-on-one duel? And in this situation, I think His Majesty the Emperor himself would have stepped forward. Of course, I know very well that you are worried about me, While Director Leech Tenor deals with the 2 enemies, I will take charge of the remaining one, so please don't argue anymore. Although Maya and her staff seemed worried, Catherine was not a woman who would easily back down. She slammed her table and raised her body and shouted, clearly showing that she had no intention of changing her will. Most of the core commanders and staff members in her command naturally lowered their heads, overwhelmed by her power. I nodded point, but Yemen was different. As much as he knew how to impress Juno's wives, he also knew that Juno paid a lot of attention to the well-being of her wives after Mary was seriously injured last time. So he looked directly into Catherine's eyes and shouted, but that's not possible. You want to deal with 2 masters, while Lord Leech Tenor deals with the other one? Then why don't you know that the enemy can use the same method? What if the Duke of Tyrone fights against Lord Leech Tenor? If 2 masters attack you, do you have the confidence to quickly win against them? Empress Mama is no longer just a master, HMM. So, you're saying it doesn't matter if there are more masters to deal with the enemy? Then each person will only have to take charge of 1 person. Yes, of course, but there are masters in the Balkan Empire who can mobilize at Catherine's sudden words. Maya tilted her head point. Although the Balkan Empire had a greater number of masters than any other country on the continent, the problem was that the power that could be mobilized was limited because 3 of them were of the highest status. The Emperor and Empress. Then Catherine smiled her conversion and snapped her fingers, and at the same time the barrack door opened and a beautiful woman with a dark face appeared. Who is the author? Although she was wearing a robe, her hood was removed, so her face was exposed, and since the woman's face was familiar to Maya, he was embarrassed and was unable to properly speak to her. Ah, you must have seen Minister Maya last time on the Anakin Plains. That's right. This is my mother, Kayla Aragorn. Of course, she was a mercenary for the Kingdom of Alto until recently, but this time she was defeated by His Majesty the Emperor and decided to be employed by our Balkan Empire. Ho 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 ho. There is 1 more master in the empire. It is not easy to trust a master from another country, but you can trust Empress Mama's mother. Although she was the Empress's mother, the laws of the Balkan Empire did not recognize the Emperor's wife's family as royal family, and even if this were not the case, the fact that 1 more master was added was very welcome news in the current situation. So all the core commanders and staff were filled with joy. I let out an exclamation. Of course, in the last battle of Anakin Plains, you were hostile towards our country. But isn't that something that can't be helped? If you are a mercenary, if you are the Emperor, I'm sure that Carla will give you a satisfactory reward. Ho 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 ho. Of course. She is my mother, but she is very well paid. But last night, His Majesty gave me a generous reward that my mother would be very happy with, and my mother was so moved that she cancelled the existing contract. And you signed a contract with the Balkan country, right? Hoo 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 hoo. That's right. Empress Mama. HMM. When Kayla suddenly dropped her body, Catherine naturally supported her and picked her up. Oh my. It looks like your mother is suffering from some after effects of space travel. That's it for today. After your mother gets a good rest tonight, we will take out the 3 enemy masters tomorrow, and while my mother, Captain Leech Tenor, and I deal with the enemy, the main force will. All we need to do is occupy Streve, right? At Catherine's words, Maya nodded her head, as if there was nothing he could do. I'm a little anxious, but this is the best I can do for now. Anyway, 3 to 3 is the right number, and I don't think the Empress will get hurt. But what tricks did His Majesty use? Alto Mercenaries contract. If the employer had not violated the terms of the contract, he would not have been able to get Alto Mercenary to break the contract with any decent compensation to mercenaries of the Kingdom of Alto, a country where the land is so barren that many people make a living by going to other countries and doing mercenary work, have strict rules. So Mayor is lost in thought for a moment, thinking about what move Yuno used. And then turns to Catherine in front of him. I saw Kayla's mother and daughter when Kayla, who was leaving the barracks with Catherine's support, fell again. Maya stopped thinking about her and looked at them, thinking that no matter what the circumstances, he wanted her to recover her body first. He quickly guided me to the Emperor's barracks car. Oiler combat uniform ILLUSTRATION ****KAYLA combat uniform illustration ninja uniform. ver**. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 265. Pregnant mother-in-law with huge breasts of flame. 1. The Royal Guard Corps carried luxurious barracks in preparation for the Emperor's visit, who might visit the unit at any time. So as soon as Catherine arrived, the soldiers quickly built a barracks exclusively for the Emperor, and Catherine and Kayla followed the soldiers' instructions given by Mayor. I followed him into the barracks. Well then, I hope you have a restful night and I will leave now. And if you need anything, I and other soldiers on duty are on standby 24 hours a day, so I would appreciate it if you could ring the bell at any time. The barracks were extremely luxurious, as they were for the Emperor's exclusive use, and were filled with fancy furniture and all kinds of food and drinks. Of course, it was inevitably worse than the dishes eaten at the Imperial Court, but as soon as the news of Catherine's visit became known, the dishes that the cooks desperately prepared with all their skills were so splendid that they could not be considered dishes made on the battlefield. So Kayla was considered the national power of the Balkans. I had no choice but to hold my tongue. Oh my god. No matter how noble the Empress came to visit, such sumptuous cuisine on the battlefield. It's not like the Emperor could say something like that for nothing. Price that promised the Kingdom of Alto when hiring Kayla was truly enormous. So she wondered if could really afford the cost. But looking at things like this, Balkan definitely deserves to be called an empire. It's a national power that can't even be compared to our Kingdom of Alto. The Emperor deserves to be confident. When Catherine came up from behind her and hugged her shoulder while she was just looking around in a daze, Kayla shook her head in shock. Ho, mother? Why are you shaking so much? Aha, are you anxious because my husband isn't around? Well, last night was a bit intense, right? You won't even remember your current husband anymore. Ho, oh, you're so loud. Catherine, what are you really making of this, mother? When Kayla turned her head to glare at herself, Catherine snorted and looked her in the eyes. HMPH. The way I see it as a bitch who went crazy at the sight of a man and left her daughter alone on Rogan and ran off to Alto alone. Don't you think so, Mom? That you said no last time too. Besides, the reason your mom left for the Kingdom of Alto was after you turned 18 and had your coming of age ceremony. Since you were all cut, Mom also left to find happiness. And what's with your speaking habits? I'm the head of our family, and I'm your teacher and mother. Can't you be polite? As Catherine began to speak openly, Kayla raised a vein on her forehead and demanded that her daughter be polite again. However, Catherine raised the corner of her mouth and looked at Kayla with her strange eyes, and she could feel her own eyes gradually wavering as she saw her daughter's gaze. Giggle. Well, but who was the one who was lying underneath my son-in-law last night and screaming in a voice full of pleasure? Which tits were bouncing and shaking happily every time my son-in-law rocked his hips? Is it this way? Or are these nipples already erect? After thinking about last night, wow. When Kayla's robe was torn by Catherine's strong hands, Kayla's body was revealed wearing the uniform of the Pussy Knights, barely covering her nipples and pussy point on her exposed oily lower abdomen. A red uterus tattoo was showing off her beautiful appearance beneath her firm abs. Ugh. I'm really crazy. How can you force a woman to wear such shameful clothes out of shame? Kayla tried to cover her breasts and private parts with her hands, but there was no way she could cover the ample breasts she had given to Catherine with her palms. Moreover, the uterus tattoo on her lower body, symbolizing her status as Juno's woman, glowed red, emphasizing her own existence, and Catherine smiled with satisfaction as she looked at her mother's lewd appearance and pushed her into her bed. But Mom's side seems very satisfied with this outfit. Doesn't it match Mom's body that shows off her manhood? Catherine gently swept the mound of her pussy over Kayla, who was lying on her bed, and even with her daughter's simple touch, Kayla's vagina instantly became wet and the tattoo of her womb on her mound began to shine even more glamorously. I'm like that. Ugh, now, wait a minute. If I do this here, the soldiers on duty in front will catch me. As Kayla let out a loud moan at her touch, and spilled her love juices onto her floor. The smile on Catherine's lips grew even deeper. What kind of frigidity can you have with such a lewd body? Saying such nonsense. After all, Mom. Giggles. Well, how many times have I told you that's not the case? Harder. When she tried to protest, Catherine strongly pinched Kayla's clitoris, and at her daughter's touch, Kayla burst out of her pussy and filled the room with her moans of pleasure. As expected, I did a good job of making my mother hug Yuno. Now I too can be hugged by Yuno together like Uriah's mother and the girls. Catherine felt her pussy getting hot as well at the thought of having her own mother hug her husband and then receiving her husband's cock with her mother next time, and she felt like she had a few days ago. I was thinking about work a few days after receiving word that Yuno had taken his mother prisoner during the Battle of Enokan Plains. When Catherine heard that the plain of Zenon was completely stable, she headed to the county of Akal where Juno was located. As soon as she finished moving through space, she came to the government office guarded by numerous royal knights, and as soon as she entered the inside, where entry was restricted except for the royal family, she couldn't help but smile bitterly at the teaching voice that came to her ears. Harang Junini, please put it even deeper. My sister's uterus is dying to be taken over by the master's cock. My sister's lewd sex slaves cum is revealing. My younger brother's cum is making my uterus plump. Please pickle me. Please make me pregnant through incestuous sex now. Oppa Mary's younger sister's pussy will be even tighter. Mary's younger sister's pussy, which is exclusively for incestuous sex with your brother's dick, will always squeeze your magnificent dick and make you feel good. Oh, only I-chan, I'll make you feel good and make you come from inside her bedroom. Sounds were coming from her sisters-in-law, Isabella and Mary, as if they were begging her husband, Juno, for sex. However, since it was a sound she often heard when she was in the imperial palace anyway, Catherine thought nothing of it and went into her bedroom. I opened the door and went in. I'm here, mother ladies, how are you? You, this Catherine is here. Now, just a moment. Hark, it seemed that Yuno's choice was her mother-in-law, Uriah, so Catherine smiled awkwardly, greeted her sisters-in-law with puffs of air in her cheeks, and then began to leisurely watch the scene of incest between mother and son. Sister Mary, come here. I'll come in Mama's pussy and take turns fucking her. Oh, and Catherine, just wait a minute. The mother-daughter pussy rice bowl feels so good. I'll just enjoy it and leave soon. When Yuno, who had been enjoying sex with Uriah for a while, told her that she was looking for her older sister and her younger sister and having sex with them first, Catherine's heart sank. I haven't been able to do it for a long time. I only do it for the mother and the girls first. Does mother-daughter rice bowl feel so good? When she was at the imperial palace, she didn't really feel anything because they had sex every day, but Catherine's lips pouted when she saw her husband, whom she hadn't seen in a while, prioritizing sex with her mother-in-law and sisters-in-law over herself. It popped out. Well, Yuno is also a man, so he's bound to have that kind of taste. Besides, she's not a pervert. She's a crazy pervert who is crazy about incestuous sex. Sai mother can have sex with girls, and Eliza can cuddle with her older sister Rachel. That's right. As her desire grew stronger, she remembered the reason she had come here. Okay. I came here because my mother was held captive here, right? Did you say she was hired as a mercenary by Tacito and had a duel with Yuno where she was defeated and captured? If so, now I too. Giggle, jiggle in Catherine's head. An image of herself and her mother were spreading their pussies and crying obscenely as they were impaled by Yuno's cock. As she watched the sex between mother and daughter, her pussy was as hot as lava, soaking her panties. As if it wasn't enough, hot pussy juice was dripping onto the floor. Coil up Pussy Knight's Conquest ILLUSTRATION * chapter 266. Pregnant mother-in-law with huge breasts of flame. 2. Thinking again, Catherine thought she had come up with a brilliant idea and quickly walked out of her bedroom. The place she headed to was the prisoner of war camp in the county of Akal. The POW camp, which housed nearly 3,000 prisoners of Tacito's army, was bound to be large and required many personnel to monitor them. As the number of legionnaires was insufficient, the camp was organized mainly with retired soldiers and entrusted with guarding it. Stop for a moment. This is a place where no one can enter. Please stop moving for a moment, identify yourself, and present your ID. Perhaps that's why the guards did not recognize Catherine's face and crossed her spears to block her path point originally. The guards would have been tasked with chasing away anyone who approached the area, but her extravagant clothes showed that she was not of ordinary status, so they could not just chase Catherine away, and gave her name. I was asked to reveal my identity. My name is Catherine. Catherine Aragorn von Borken. By the way, I didn't bring my ID card. Can't I go in without it? I have some people to meet. Catherine? Catherine Aragorn von Borken. Whoa, Empress, hey. That can't be possible. There's no way the Empress would go around like that on her own without any guards. This author is clearly impersonating the Empress. Due to Catherine's clumsy behavior, her soldiers became suspicious of her and began to pressure her, pointing their weapons at her. How dare you impersonate the Empress and try to pass through here? She must be Tessito's spy. HMPH. Her silver hair, those big breasts, and even her fancy clothes. She did a good job of imitating the Empress, but who would believe her if she came without her guards and claimed to be the Empress? Stupid bitch. Beep. Catherine held her forehead as if she was in pain as she saw the guards surrounding her, pointing their spears and even blowing whistles to request support. But she scolded the guards who were sincere and doing their best to do their duty anyway. It was impossible to do. She trudged in alone like this without an escort, and she didn't even bring her ID, so she can't help but be suspicious therefore. Catherine took a deep sigh, remembered the only way to prove her identity, clenched and unclenched her fist, injected her mana to create her fist, and lightly waved the blade of her hand. Squeak. Catherine's spirit splattered from the blades of her hands, cutting cleanly not only the spears of her guards who had aimed their spears at her, but also the weapons of her reinforcement who had come running after hearing her whistle. I stopped and looked at her with her pale complexion. What is this? You idiot. Sword technique. Ah, no, it's a sword technique. It's a master. If it were a silver-haired beautiful busty female master, that means she is the Empress. Still, one soldier, who must have seen something somewhere, recognized the sword that Catherine had scattered and immediately informed her colleagues of her identity and quickly showed their respect. Loyalty. Whoa, Empress Mama. What's going on here? Sorry, we didn't even know that. We committed a big sin by pointing our weapons at Mama. When Catherine's identity was revealed, other soldiers also bowed down to her and begged her for her sins, but she waved her hands as if it was no big deal and looked for Kayla. It's done. It's my fault for not bringing the guards and identification card with me anyway. By the way, isn't there a prisoner here named Kayla Aragorn? A master level prisoner who claims to be my mother. Ah. Seriously, is she really Empress Mama's mother? We thought she was a crazy bitch who was just talking nonsense. Since she was a female prisoner, we locked her in a separate cell from the other soldiers. Maybe it's because Yuno hasn't properly revealed Kayla's identity yet, or because she's a reserve force who didn't participate in the Battle of Anakin Plains. They didn't really know about Kayla's identity. Still, Catherine heard through them that soldiers did not enter the female POW camp, and that 2 women from a nearby village with clear identities commuted to the POW camp to eat or dispose of excrement and acted as guards for the few female POWs. I smiled knowing that my plan had not completely failed. Good. First, I will give you orders. I will leave no stone unturned that you pointed your weapons at me today, as I just said. However, I will take a prisoner named Kayla, so you pretended not to notice and came to the women's prison. Don't tell the women who said they went to report that a captive is missing. Understand? Mama, Your Majesty. It will be discovered at some point that the prisoner escaped. If they find out that we knew about this and did not report it, we will be put to death by military law. I didn't think about that. Good. If I get discovered, you can tell me that I took her. However, I hope that the deadline for reporting above will be at least a week later. Instead, I will tell you guys. I will give you 1 gold coin now, and if what I said is successful, I will give you 5 more coins when you come to the residence where I'm staying and tell me my name. Are you serious? We will do it not only for a week, but even for a month. Just trust us. Mama, although it is said that thanks to the treatment of retired soldiers was greatly improved, they were able to maintain a life similar to that of ordinary people. So the price of 6 gold coins was enough to make them roll their eyes. Therefore, Catherine was confident that they would somehow hide the fact that Kayla had disappeared from her prison camp, and she sensed that her plan was more than half successful. Catherine, who arrived at the women's prisoners camp while being guided by polite soldiers, saw a soldier getting close to a middle-aged woman, and then they bowed and disappeared. She succeeded in secretly entering the women's prisoners camp. Perhaps because there were very few female prisoners, there were only a few prison cells inside the small prisoner of war camp, and inside, about 10 people were lying on beds or sitting on the floor, killing time. Most of them were obedient, so they didn't seem to receive any additional treatment other than being locked up. However, the only woman in solitary confinement had her hands and feet tied tightly and screamed loudly, frowning at the other personnel. "Remove the binding immediately. Your emperor's mother-in-law is me. If you bring Catherine, you will immediately know that what I said is true. So, without regrets, why don't you immediately remove this binding and the mana seal bracelet? In that case, I will forgive you for all the disrespect you have committed against me." Ha, that lady is starting again. "Hey, you call yourself Mr. Aragorn? Shut up and go to sleep. It's so noisy that even we won't be able to sleep if you are the mother-in-law of the Balkan Emperor. I'm the wife of the Emperor." Apparently, Kayla's existence was a secret even within the Tecito military, and most of the other women who seemed to have positions above her staff treated Kayla's claims as bullshit, and Kayla vented her anger and expressed her displeasure at being in this situation. "I started to feel pessimistic about my situation. Ha. Damn it. If I had known it would end up like this, I wouldn't have accepted that guy Tarun's offer." Unfortunately, in a year like this where the harvest was completely ruined, there was no movement in trade due to the war between Balkan and Tecito. With the shrinking, the demand for mercenary work has decreased. It was good that we received food aid as an advance payment. But now that they have been defeated and Zeno has been completely lost, I don't think they will hand over the grasslands south of the ice mountains to us. Oh my. Did you know that my mother would take the country's affairs so seriously? Is she the mother I know? Who are you? Kayla, who is completely unable to control her mana thanks to her filled mana seal bracelet, did not notice Catherine's approach, which is why she was talking to herself, and then flinched at the sound of her voice coming from behind her. She turned her head in surprise. "Ho ho ho ho, it's been a while since I've seen you, mother." "No, I shouldn't call you mother. Isn't it too extravagant to call yourself mother to a bitch who left her daughter and went off somewhere to follow a man? I'll call her a teacher. She taught me martial arts." Because it is true. Catherine. Kayla is surprised to learn that the person who spoke to her behind her back is her own daughter, whom she has been looking for with a loud voice, and is even more surprised to find that she is extremely hostile towards herself. Her eyes widened. But Catherine, looking at her mother with her completely sunken eyes, was once again contemplating how to cook her, who, like hers, boasted enormous breasts, and present them to her husband. *ILLUSTRATION of Kayla being taken. *ILLUSTRATION of Kayla as a prisoner. Topless there. Chapter 267. Pregnant mother-in-law with huge breasts of flame. 3. Kayla was able to have hope for a moment when she saw her daughter, Catherine, burning her hostility toward her, and then suddenly seeing her deep in thought. Good. Now that things are like this, all you have to do is persuade Catherine and meet the Emperor. Anyway, Clarice expected that Tecito wouldn't keep his promise if he took Zeno too easily, so she told me to fight moderately. This time, I can use Vulcan instead of Tecito. Of course, he couldn't even imagine that would be strong enough to overwhelm him, so he was taken prisoner. But he remembered that the Emperor's attitude towards him was not that bad in the request of Clarice, his second daughter and queen of the kingdom of Alto. Kayla showed her willingness to negotiate. "Catherine, I understand the misunderstanding you have with this mother. I will explain it to you later, so can you clear this up for now? And take me to my son-in-law right away. I have something to say to him." Ugh. Brit Kayla's plan to persuade Catherine to meet Juno and take advantage of the Balkan Empire went awry from the start point. Kayla couldn't help but stop when Catherine reached out and grabbed her cheek, giving her strength. Ha ha ho mom. Of course, I'll take her mom to Juno, but it'll take a few days and it won't look the same. Do you know what I mean? Ugh. Yoop. Giggles. The master can't say anything, right? Well, anyway, there's a role that suits my mother. Rather than a combat agent who can utilize the master's skills, I'll make sure she puts her mother's talents to good use. Whoa. Wow. Kayla, whose mana was completely sealed and her limbs were tied with chains, was unable to resist Catherine's fist hitting her abdomen and was knocked out. She was put in her sack and carried on Catherine's shoulders. Disappeared somewhere. Although one prisoner disappeared, they did not make a fuss because there was no significant interaction with the other prisoners, and thanks to Catherine's strict control of the guards' mouths, the fact of Kayla's disappearance was able to be covered up without being reported to the authorities. Brit Fluffy. Ouch. Hey, let me put it down gently. By the way, where am I? Weren't you supposed to take me to your husband? Huh. As soon as Kayla was taken out of her bag by Catherine's hand, she looked around and tried to determine her location, but what caught her eye was not the Emperor's office point. The room she was in was a completely enclosed space with only her chair with her chains wrapped around it. So Kayla looked up at her daughter, shuddering with anxiety. What? Didn't you hear what I said earlier? I said I would show you around to Juno, but it would take a few days. Giggling. Ah. Yes. Since he is the Emperor of the Empire, he must have a busy schedule. Then, how long will mom have to wait here? HMM. You know, I'm not busy. No. Are you busy? Well, I'm sure you're having sex with Uriah's mother and the girls on the second floor right now. What? What? Kayla couldn't believe her ears when she heard the sound that came out of Catherine's mouth. Why, if it's Uriah's mother? Master? Empress Dowager? So, you're saying she did something like that with her own mother? Oh, that's ridiculous. Ah. Ho. By any chance, is there some secret slang I don't know about or something like that? Seeing Kayla's eyes shaking tremendously, Catherine smiled brightly, deepening the smile on her own lips. Ha 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 ho. No. That's literally true. The first person my husband hugged was my mother, right? But my husband's dick felt so good that, even after we got married, and the same goes for the ladies. After speaking, Catherine took out her video bead and played the video stored in it for a moment. The video reproduced by magic contained the lewd image of Uriah riding on top of her son's body, smacking his urine and repeatedly calling her son's name, and next to her was a woman with gorgeous blonde and black hair completely soaked in semen. Since Isabella and Mary were also included, Kayla's eyes were filled with astonishment. Oh, that's ridiculous. How can you let your child and your daughters and son do something like that? Isn't that obvious? It's because my husband's cock feels so good. The pleasure that cock gives a woman can never escape. That's why mothers and girls, in front of Juno's monstrous cock, are like mothers and sisters. Instead of being a little sister, you'll just become a female Hebe. But the Emperor is your husband. Are you okay with your husband acting like that? As her mother-in-law, Kayla was saying things that were natural to her, but Catherine snorted and laughed at her. Giggle. Eliza and I can't handle Juno's cock and stamina anyway. A woman is a creature that can do anything for a man who satisfies her, right? I don't care how many women Juno embraces. Anyway, Juno's energy is endless. And Catherine went behind Kayla and ran her fingertips down her ample breasts for a moment, then tore Kayla's clothes to shreds. Kyra. What are you doing now? Juno secretly enjoys putting mothers, daughters, and sisters together and having sex with them. She always says she doesn't do that, but when she enjoys it with her mother and girls, or when she enjoys Eliza and Rachel and Kurimu, the sisters Miruku Elfeno, Angelina, and Jean almost always have sex together, right? Gulp. Can't you? Right. Kayla looked up at Catherine, covering her breasts and vagina with her hands, and slowly shook her head, but all that came back was Catherine's bitter laughter. No. Giggling. I want my husband to have better sex. And I want him to treat me more roughly while enjoying my mom's body, filling my womb with that hot cum, and turning me into a bitch. I wish I could throw it away. Seeing Catherine's eyes filled with utter madness, Kayla panicked and desperately crawled over to her door. Clap, clap, clap. However, despair bloomed in Kayla's eyes when a magic circle appeared on her door, revealing that it was securely locked with her magic. Wait a minute. Are you saying that because you think your mother abandoned you because she was crazy about men? Like I said before, things are wrong with my mother. Ugh. Well, I was a bit resentful at the time, but anyway, thanks to that, I was able to become a master and meet Yuno, so that doesn't matter. If I had followed my mother to Alto, I would have had a lovely student named Yuno. Because I wouldn't have gotten it. Catherine caught Kayla, who was desperately trying to escape from herself, and forced her to sit on an iron chair in her room, then unchained her and tied her tightly. Mom, all you have to do is calmly receive training from me. In a few days, you too will become a female who craves a male cock and a sex-crazed mother-in-law who is anxious because she cannot be held by her son-in-law. Then I will become that kind of mother. I'll wrap it nicely and give it to Yuno as a gift. And after that, ahahahaho. In her mind, the image of Yuno erecting her dick in embarrassment at the sight of her mother-in-law, who had become extremely lustful, and the image of Yuno secretly pretending to be disobedient and attacking her mother and herself roughly came to mind at the same time. Catherine's pussy was already fluttering and bursting with her cunt juice, so Catherine quickly tried to apply to Kayla the method she had heard from Jean a few days ago, saying that it was Yuno's training secret that turned her into a sow. Wee. It looks a little big, but it's less than half the size of Yuno's dick anyway, right? Besides, a naughty bitch like mom has to go a little strong from the start, right? Look forward to it. Mom, what her daughter was holding in her hand, trying to train herself, was a huge dildo, and it was vibrating incredibly fast, giving the viewer an idea of its destructive power. Catherine then took off her panties and covered her mother's eyes, and Kayla was left in the miserable position of having her view blocked by her panties, which were soaked with her daughter's juices. Oh, no. No, okay. Even though her vision was obscured, she could feel the noise of her huge dildo getting closer, and Kayla desperately shook her head and tried to close her legs. However, her legs, completely bound by chains, did not close, and the huge dildo penetrated into her vagina, and Catherine's mother's training began. Coil our dildo training ILLUSTRATION * chapter 268, pregnant mother-in-law with huge breasts of flame. 4. Ugh. As the dildo entered her vagina without any prior preparation, a pain-filled moan escaped Kayla's mouth. How do you feel, Mom? Do you like it? Oh, I don't like it. Ugh. You're doing something like this to Mom. Ugh. Despite Kayla's pain, Catherine continued to push the dildo deeper into her with a wry smile. QQOO. So randomly. You. Why? Didn't you like this kind of thing? So you left me alone and flew away to Alto, captivated by a man. Isn't that right? I'm sure Mom would be so happy to taste Yuno's dick that she would die too. Every time I get fucked, I feel so happy that I feel like my mind is flying. Mom, there's no way a woman who's lewd like me wouldn't do that. Giggle QOO for me. It's not like that. Of course, it's true that I met a new love in the kingdom of Alto, but I'm not that lewd woman. In the first place, after conceiving you, and after your dad passed away, I was your mom for 19 years. You know very well that I put all my effort into training you without ever meeting a man. What are you saying? Mom's pussy is nice, so she's dripping so much. Only then did Catherine lower her eyes. Kayla's pussy was trembling tremendously with the dildo in it, but Catherine couldn't hide her embarrassed face because she was so dry that it seemed like she didn't feel anything at all. What is this? Even if it's just a dildo, if it vibrates this much, well, I didn't tell my daughter because it wasn't something I wanted to talk about, but my mother has frigidity that I've never felt before. A mother like that is so crazy about men that she abandons her daughter. I don't think something like that would happen. Can you do it? Your mother just thought you were cut out and you were very dependent on her at the time, so she left on purpose to shock you. It was in Alto Kingdom that you met your current husband in the first place. Catherine paused for a moment, thinking that her anger toward her mother, which had hitherto been stored deep within her, had been misunderstood. Do you understand now? It all comes from a misunderstanding. So stop doing this now. Ugh. When Catherine's movement stopped, Kayla tried to persuade Catherine, hoping that she would not have to suffer anymore, and Catherine actually pulled out the dildo that was deep inside her vagina. Woo. Do you finally understand? Then, can we free her mother now? I'll have to quickly meet her son-in-law and talk to her as the dildo, which had been causing her extreme pain to her frigidity, was pulled out. Kayla let out a deep sigh and asked Catherine to let her meet Juno. HMPH. So it's true that my mother abandoned me. I can't forgive. And it doesn't matter that my mother is a frigid woman, since she met me after being held captive like this. Mom. S destiny is to become a recipient of my husband's cum. Did you understand? However, the pain that had built up in Catherine's heart was not relieved to that extent, so Kayla felt goosebumps running through her body as she heard her daughter's cold voice in her ear. Well, what is that soggy, 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 and soggy following Catherine's cold voice? Kayla shuddered in fear as she heard the sound of her daughter touching something slimy. What are you going to do again, Catherine? I really am for you. And I'm sorry, Clarice. She lost her father when she was young, and she lost her husband as soon as she got married, so her mother it should have been a little more helpful. Kayla's heart became increasingly anxious at the thought that she would be resented by both her daughters, and her body began to tremble. I don't know what mom is thinking and why she's shaking her head like that, but this might comfort her heart. You should get used to it, right? Like I said, my husband's dick is twice as big as this one, right? And this one. Giggling Tsupuaka, with a touch that showed no mercy, Catherine once again plunged the dildo deep into her mother's pussy. What is this? I feel something. Ugh. If the vagina was as dry as before, the touch would have been rough enough to tear the flesh inside at once, but the unidentified mucus on the dildo gently guided the dildo to the deepest part of the vagina. How are you giggling? Do you think even your mother can feel this? This is the elixir that turned Angelina, the saintess named Jean, and the Inquisitor sisters from the Apostles of Icarus into lewd sows with nothing but dicks in their heads. Lady Diane is really amazing. I guess he's an alchemist. Ha ha ho. Kayla let out a series of moans as she felt something digging into her vagina. Sister Catherine. If you say that, you will misunderstand that I became your master's sow because of just a little medicine. Oh, is Jean here? And Angelina, at the sound of her clear voice coming from behind her, Catherine expressed her approval, but Kayla shook her head at the thought of someone else finding out about her miserable state, but her entire body was tied up. There was no way she could do it. Ha ha ho. The master poured a lot of pleasant cum into our sows' wombs, so they fainted from exhaustion, and then the Pope called them and woke them up. But they were told to look for my sister and me to stay, so they went up huffing and puffing. By the way, these are you saying you're going to make me a pussy slave and put me in the pussy nights? Kayla had to believe her own ears once again as she heard such vulgar words that she couldn't believe coming out of her woman's mouth. But the next two people's words forced her to let out a sigh once again. That's right. That's why I asked you about the sow training that you know did, and I also asked you for that aphrodisiac. You said I would go crazy if I put that on my vagina? Is that true? Of course. At first, I didn't know how great the master's cock was, and so I was harsh on him, right? But when that thing was exposed and left unattended, I became really desperate for the cock. Of course, if I get stroked by the master's cock, it will be solved once and for all. Giggle. Brito, that's right. What about breast milk training? You also received breast milk enema training and exposed anal sex training, right? Aha, if you're going to do that too, you'll have to tell me in detail. I'll help you. You shouldn't tell the master yet, right? Yes, that's right. Let's prepare well and make a great pussy slave mother-in-law and give it to Yuno as a gift. Do you know? Yuno will be so satisfied that we might fuck her roughly together. Lately, the owner has been playing a little softer, so I've been wanting to play a little rougher, but it would be great. Catherine and Jean's continued lustful chatter while neglecting herself was enough to push Kayla into the abyss of despair. This is crazy. Breast milk enema assistant? What is it? Besides, if it's anal, well, that's not a place for sexual intercourse. Catherine. What on earth? are you doing with your son-in-law? Sigh with her eyes covered. Kayla sighed as she felt the vibrations of the dildo continuing to stimulate her insides. Seeing her mother like that, Catherine grabbed her hair, lifted her up, and lightly licked her nipples. Afterward, I spoke to her in her ear. Hello, what kind of milk will come out of mommy's brown nipples? You know, would like chocolate flavored milk. Giggle. What kind of crazy talk anyway? Did you hear that? The sow training that Jean received might be able to cure her mother's frigidity. So, when her frigidity is cured, and she becomes you know's pussy slave mother-in-law, you should thank me. Got it? Oh ho 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 ho. Catherine let out a chuckle of satisfaction as she planned to completely degrade her mother, and she said that Catherine and Jean have been pouring all the sow training that Angelina and Jean received on Kayla for a week, and Kayla can't even rest properly, except when they are called by Juno and have sex, and she is treated with that miserable and lewd training. What on earth is this? You did this? How could you really? If it were me or my sister, we would have been fluttering our pussies and begging the master for sex a long time ago. Is it because I'm not a trainer that the master does directly after a week? Kayla, who boasted a body that developed even more lasciviously, was forced to masturbate with breast milk continuously gushing from her nipples, but let alone begging for sex. She did not shed a single drop of pussy juice, and the two people who tried to train her did not provide any further education. I had to constantly rack my brain wondering if I could make Kayla feel what I had to do. But no matter how much she racked her brain, she couldn't come up with a solution. So Catherine and Jean had to sit there in a daze, lost in her despair, and look at Kayla, who was shaking her hips on her drug-soaked dildo. Brit, I told you. It's really frigid. I'll forget everything you've done to me so far. Just give me to the emperor. Ugh. Even though Kayla looked miserable, sucking on her own nipples, and masturbating with her dildo, her milk gushing out, she still didn't seem to give up, so Jean frowned at her and sat down. I got up and hit her, but hard with my palm point splat. Clang, this bitch still hasn't come to her senses? Catherine, are you really going to give up like this? When Jean asked strongly, as if her anger had not subsided even after Kayla hit her ass several times. Catherine also stood up with a determined look on her face. No. There's nothing I can do when it's like this. I have to ask Jennifer for help. Even though she became very angry after meeting Juno, Jean's eyes were slightly shaken when she heard that if she was still angry, she would seek help from Jennifer, the most eccentric wizard in the Balkans. Kayla's eyes as she looked at the two were also filled with anxiety, and her assistant. We are starting to enter a new phase. Car oil ourself breastfeeding masturbation ILLUSTRATION * chapter 269. Pregnant mother-in-law with huge breasts of flame. 5. Next day. The top of the magic tower built next to the Adria Imperial Palace Point in the luxurious office, created exclusively for the magic tower owner. Catherine was talking to Jennifer, who was wearing obscene clothes. What? You can't feel it at all even with a weak potioned iron maid? Is it true? That can instantly turn a saint who has been a virgin her whole life into a horny slut. Ah. It was actually used to make Angelina and Jean souse. You made me into a bitch too. Catherine let out a sigh as she looked at Jennifer with her eyes wide in disbelief. That's what I'm saying. I heard that frigidity was scary, but I didn't know it was really like that. Now, it's not that I'm resenting my mother, but I feel pity for my mother who lived her whole life without knowing the pleasure of sex, and I want to make her feel that way. Well, I was a little angry because they said she was a naughty female who attacked her master, but when I heard what you said, I felt a little sorry for her. A female who doesn't know the pleasure of sex. Well, frigidity and all that. The moment she gets stuck on her master's dick and has sex, it might get better right away. But then it wouldn't be fun, right? Catherine shook her head at Jennifer's dirty words. Of course. I guess she knows it well, because she's a bitch. To be honest, I thought about giving up on training and forcing Juno to attack me. But I don't want her to enjoy her first mother-daughter rice bowl pussy that much. Giggle. That's it? Well, to be honest, I want to see the mother who is completely horny with Juno's cock in front of her eyes, licking her pussy, and begging her son-in-law to have sex with her even more. Let's do it. Kick. Jennifer also smiled dryly as she looked at Catherine's wry smile, as if she really wanted to see her mother's completely disheveled appearance despite her pretense of chastity. Well, Our Empress Mama wants it, so of course I have to help, right? Oh my. Is there some way? What are you looking at me for? These days, Isabella is on the rise and keeps climbing, but Jennifer is still the best wizard in the empire, or rather, on the continent. Without wiping the smile from her face, Jennifer rummaged around in her office drawers. Let me see. I remember the last time I made it. It broke out in a war, and it was left here. Ah. I found it. Jennifer, who was taking something out of a drawer and blowing it to dust, handed it to Catherine. Take this. This will help you make that bitch whatever you want it to be. Giggling, sister? What is this? What can I do with just a thin black square plate? When she saw what Catherine was holding and expressed her doubts, Jennifer approached her with a confused expression and explained it to her step by step. Ah, that's right. You don't know it's a smartphone. Would you like to try injecting mana into it? Don't be too hard. Little by little. Keep putting it in. Then Catherine had a look on her face that did not understand what she was doing, but she did as Jennifer told her and injected mana into the object she was holding. Light comes out of here, and various shapes come out. Yes. I was bored a while ago, so I used magic to recreate items that my master and I used in the world we used to live in, and added various functions to them. I was going to give one to each of you, but the production cost was too high, so I only made prototypes for my master's use. Furthermore, I made it and gave up. I heard about the relationship between Yuno and Yuria's mother and young lady. So, well, I don't think I'll really use any of the other functions. Try clicking the heart shape there. Yes, I pressed it. Hypnosis app. What is this, sister? When Catherine tilted her head at the incomprehensible writing on the object in her hand, Jennifer smiled brightly and whispered to her. Giggle. That's right. Little by little Catherine's complexion brightened as she learned about the function of the hypnosis app that Jennifer had whispered about. Then, you know roughly how to use it, right? Instead, you have to keep your promises. Yes, I understand. It's a favor for my sister, so of course I have to do it. This is enough to make mom giggle. Jennifer's office on the top floor of the magic tower was filled with the laughter of the two women, and their lower bodies were also getting wet, giving us an idea of what they were thinking. The next day, in a dark basement without a single ray of sunlight, Kayla was still suffering endlessly from the sensations that tormented her body. To her pussy and anus were soaked with a weak medicine, and a thick vibe was inserted into them, causing them to tremble and urinate heavily due to the strong vibration. Her nipples were sharply erect due to repeated stimulation, spewing out white milk. HMPH. Even if you don't feel it, your body has changed quite a bit. Did you know that your pussy gets so full when you just put a finger in it? Giggle, damn it. Inquisitor Jean. No matter how much you are a servant of Icarus, aren't you basically a warrior who has reached the level of a master? If you still have the pride of a warrior left, then don't humiliate me like this anymore, and kill me instead. Let me meet the emperor as you request. Despite Kayla's words, Jean snorted at her and grabbed the vibe stuck in her anus and twisted it cruelly, whispering in Kayla's ear. Shame. Do you still have that? Even after looking at you now? Giggling. And the pride of a warrior? I've taken that away a long time ago. I'm no longer a servant of Icarus or the leader of the Inquisitors. I'm just my master's cock. You're just a sow that serves you. And soon, you'll be like that too. Kayla gritted her teeth at the sight of Jean, with a lustful smile, opening her cloak to proudly reveal the lewd pussy knight's uniform, with her pussy marks and areolas clearly visible. You will never see me become such a slut. I won't wear such obscene clothes, even if it means cutting off my neck. So you'd better give up on trying to do something to me. Duke, shake, giggle. Really? Is that really possible? When the door suddenly opened and Catherine's voice was heard, Kayla and Jean's eyes turned towards that direction. Sister, did your visit go well? How? Jennifer has a way. Jean ran to Catherine as she came inside and asked her. Catherine nodded and gave Jean a light hug and then walked towards Kayla. I can roughly understand why my mother wants to meet you now, but her fate is decided anyway. It is her destiny to become a sex slave for her son-in-law, you know, and it is a path that will make her the happiest for the rest of her life. The daughter shows such utmost sincerity. You're rebelling like that without even knowing you're thinking about it. Oh, I mean, I didn't even know how happy it was for Angelina to turn me into a sow, so I rebelled so much for no reason? Kayla, that bitch will soon find out what it means to become a master's sex slave and support his cock with my whole body. How happy I am, you crazy bitches. Really? I thought you were dishonoring your family's name by marrying your disciple, but you must have completely lost your mind. Moreover, judging from the way they hang out together, it's clear that the emperor has lost his mind too. Wow, I don't mind cursing me, but didn't I say that cursing my master is not allowed? Sister, can I heal this bitch's rotten mental state for a while? If I burn her skin with a purifying flame and heal her at the same time, SHHH rolling her eyes at Kayla's scolding of Jean flashes her torch on her own axe and asks her to take her punishment, but only puts her finger to her lips. Her anger subsided when she saw Catherine smiling at her. Now mom, it's time to dream for a while. You see, right? If you dream for a while and wake up, you'll be able to realize your true self. Then we can all be happy. Ho seeing Catherine slowly approaching her holding an unidentified object emitting a suspicious light, Kayla sensed something suspicious about her and instinctively tried to throw her body backwards, but her entire body was tied tightly. Movement was bound to be limited. Take it away. What are you trying to do to me? Take it away right away. Hurry up and take this. Kayla was trying to avoid the light emitted from the object in Catherine's hand by turning her free head here and there, but her long hair was soon caught by Catherine's strong hand, and Kayla's eyes were exposed to the suspicious light. Damn. I should have kept my iron rule as a mercenary, that I shouldn't accept work when I'm not in a good mood. Damn daughter. Damn Tarun. And that evil son-in-law. I will never forgive them all. It will end that night. Juno sat alone in Catherine's bedroom, waiting for his second wife to arrive soon. It's later than I thought. I was looking forward to it, because Catherine said she was giving me a gift. What kind of gift are you giving me? I'm wearing sexy clothes, and I'm the gift, so this is the best way to do it. But I'm like, keka cute. Juno was already swelling his lower abdomen as he thought about the body of Catherine, his teacher and wife, who gave him the greatest satisfaction. Even if he hugged her every day, his cock was already throbbing and leaking juice, showing how much he loved his wife and was looking forward to sleeping with her. As soon as he heard the door opening, Juno's body jumped forward and hugged Catherine. I was trying to start sex as quickly as possible, even by a minute point. Good Catherine. Are you here? Ugh, do you know how disappointing I am that you keep disappearing after we have sex? I'm so hot today. What? However, it was not his wife, Catherine, who came into the bedroom, so Juno was scared and threw his body backwards. It's been a while, Master Rhyme. Kayla, the lewd bunny pussy slave. Even though she's the master's mother-in-law, she's so lewd by nature that she came all the way to Balkan to serve the master's most exquisite cock with her pussy. So this sleazy mother-in-law's please fuck my pussy with that massive cock, please impregnate my son-in-law's baby, and this vulgar and lewd mother-in-law's cum toilet womb. A bunny girl suit specialized in seducing men. No, the position of the cloth is completely reversed, showing the ultimate in vulgarity. It looks like a reverse bunny girl, and the sight of Kayla with her pussy wide open makes you nose stick fully erect. It bounced upward, as if it was going to tear it apart. And as Kayla looks at Juno's cock, her lustful eyes shine, and she licks her lips with her tongue in anticipation of her son-in-law's cock soon entering her pussy, dripping her pussy juice down. Started waiting. Nub toy rabbit reverse bunny girl Kyla Rylustration asterisk chapter 270. Pregnant mother-in-law with huge breasts of flame. 6. Now, mother-in-law? Oh, no, I definitely took her to the POW camp and didn't pay attention to her for a while, but if you suddenly do this, was embarrassed by the sight of Kayla stroking her dick in a vulgar pose right in front of her and instinctively took a step back. Is the master, who is more manly than anyone else, taking it away. I'm talking about this female rabbit pussy who is in heat because she can't receive the master's cum. Oh, no, that's not important, is it? My mother-in-law definitely received a request from Tecito. Ugh, who was surprised by Kyla's lewd appearance and took a step back, crashed into the bed behind her and fell down on it. Seeing like that, Kyla quickly ran over and knelt under the bed and pulled down Yuno's pants, causing a huge erection to protrude forward. I held the cock politely with both hands and gave it a taste. That's not important now, right? The master's cock is more honest than anyone else's. Oh, Mars expected you're already ready to pound this female bitch's pussy. My pussy. You meant that you wanted to test the mouth pussy first before eating, right? This bitch doesn't know the master's deep intentions. So from now on, Kayla, the master's lewd sex slave and mother-in-law, will serve as the mouth pussy with all the skill she lacks. I will do it. I hope you enjoyed Chilucharuhanupchuapcharuhanupug. Now, mother-in-law ruahuapaha, even though I only a bit on the glands, my mouth was full. How do you feel? Your mother-in-law's mouth. Does it feel good? Churu up Kayla, who started the fellatio with a kiss on the tip of her cock, focused on putting the head of her glands in her mouth, munching on it, spitting it out in front of her, rubbing Yuno's cock, which was soaked with saliva, with her cheek, and then opening her mouth wide again. I took the dick deep inside point. Although Kayla had almost no sexual experience, her fellatio skills could not be said to be very good, but thanks to the tremendous sense of immorality of having her cock sucked by her mother-in-law and her sincerity in somehow making the other person feel deep pleasure despite her lack of skills, I was able to feel extreme pleasure similar to the fellatio my wives gave me point in response to Kayla's mouth movements and the movement of her tongue. Slowly moved her waist and swelled her own cock even more. Kayla was pleasing her son-in-law's cock as she swallowed his cock deep inside her throat, her eyes lighting up at the sight. But despite her outward appearance, she was filled with immense anger inside her. I was filled with shame. Damn it. I don't know what happened, but ever since I saw the light sent by Catherine, my body has not been able to move according to my will. Now, with this lewd body, I'm with my son-in-law. Sigh. However, inside her, there was not only anger and shame, but also compassion for her daughter and son-in-law. Catherine. There is something going on in our family that you don't know about. You don't seem to resemble my body type, so I didn't tell you about it, but my sister and I have a body type. No. If I keep doing this, I'll end up having sex with my son-in-law. And no matter what her true feelings were, her body, which had become extremely lewd due to the hypnosis imposed by her daughter, was intoxicated by the smell emanating from the son-in-law's cock that was stuck in her mouth, and thick pussy juice was dripping down her lower body. There was by the way, this is my first time seeing such a hard and large dick. This length and thickness cannot even be compared to her ex-husband's. And this strong smell unique to males. Kyla. Come to your senses. What are you thinking? Chew up my son-in-law's cock. I'm really going crazy. My body, which has never responded to a man before. I can feel it just by sucking it. My mouth is a real pussy. It feels like everything has become Catherine. How on earth did they turn my mother's body into something? Even as her mind cursed her daughter for turning her body into something completely lewd, Kayla felt her body sink more and more into Yuno's cock. Kayla's body, lost in the pleasure given by Yuno's cock, swallowed Yuno's cock more and more roughly according to the hypnosis given by Catherine, and used her tongue as much as possible, and Yuno also vigorously shook her waist in accordance with Kayla's movements. He started using her mouth and throat like a pussy. Tsk puck chew up charura up, and the lewd sounds made by Yuno's cock, drenched in her saliva, and her own mouth were flowing into Kayla's ears, so she felt her entire body becoming hotter against her will. No. My body is getting hotter and hotter. My body wants this cock. If this continues, I'm really going to have sex. The lust of receiving my son-in-law's cock. Become a mother-in-law. But contrary to the thoughts in her head, she was in her own body as she sucked his cock lewdly, gently stroking the base of her pole with one hand, and rubbing her balls lewdly with the other, and Yuno seemed to be very satisfied with Kayla's appearance, puffing up her dick in her mouth, and trying to make her ejaculate. Oh, no. I'm about to come. My son-in-law is trying to squirt semen in my mouth. I need to get it out quickly. Even though it was the first time she had ever sucked a man's cock in her life, Kayla instinctively knew what it meant to have her cock so engorged, and she mustered all her remaining strength and will to take his cock in her mouth. Her original master, Kayla, could place every single muscle under her own control, but she felt her own body betraying her will. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Eventually, even as Yuno started to make her come, Kayla's mouth went deeper on her cock and she started swallowing all of her cum as it spurted out down her throat. Ooh up, gulp, gulp, boo up. Gulp. Unbelievable that it was her first time performing fellatio. Kayla greedily swallowed Yuno's semen, which was gushing out with such force. Who at this taste? This smell, I feel like I'm going crazy. I think I know why Catherine married her student. A man like this. Yuno's semen filled her mouth and stomach, bringing Kayla to climax with its smell and taste. Kayla was able to understand Catherine's feelings in choosing Juno, her student, as her husband due to the orgasmic pleasure she felt for the first time in her life. But despite this, she tried to deny herself. No. This is because Catherine made me lewd with that light. If it were originally, my body wouldn't have felt this. However, her lower body was denying her own thoughts as it was leaking sticky pussy juice, and in the end, Kayla felt Yuno's semen spraying out on her face and body. After failing to swallow it all, once again, she had to reach her peak and struggle. I don't know what happened, but my mother-in-law was satisfied. Since my mother-in-law served this son-in-law's mouth, I guess this son-in-law should serve my mother-in-law's pussy this time. Haha. Oh my, I'm so happy that you enjoy this horny female rabbit. Kayla's mother-in-law's pussy. Well then, before your daughter comes, please rub the owner's superb cock in this rabbit pussy's mouth. Oh, clothes mouth, please fill her uterus with the thick cum you poured into her pussy and make Kayla pregnant with baby rabbits. As Kayla, dressed in a bunny girl outfit covered in semen, showed off her lewd coquetry, Yuno's cock soared to the sky. Kayla looked at Yuno's cock with joy and opened her pink pussy hole in front of her son-in-law's eyes. It looked wide open. No way. I just ejaculated, so how could it be so big? Also, Catherine, what on earth are you telling your mom? What are you going to do with my body? Kayla couldn't help but be horrified as she looked at her own pussy hole, wide open and lined with sticky cunt juice. Soon, seeing Yuno's huge cock covered in her saliva, rubbing the glands against the mound of her pussy, smearing it with her cunt juice, preparing for insertion, Kayla struggled to regain control of her body. Wrote back, oh, no. Just no sex. I can't be a mother-in-law who has sex with her son-in-law. Besides, that child is my son-in-law. I can't tarnish the reputation of a recluse. But her body had long since gone out of control due to hypnosis, so Kayla had to grit her teeth in her mind and wait for Yuno's cock to come and finally sucking with a lewd opening note. Yuno's cock was sucked inside Kayla's pussy, and Kayla found her pleasure irresistible as she realized that the pleasure from her sex could drive her crazy. I had to struggle asterisk reverse bunny girl Kyla buckake illustration asterisk chapter 271. Flames huge breasts pregnant mother-in-law. 7. Who did it? I love my son-in-law's cock, a male cock that fits my female pussy perfectly. Please fuck the lewd female rabbit with your delightful unrivaled cock. Oh, please make the rabbit swoon raw with pleasant cum. Seeing Kayla crying obscenely as soon as her cock was pierced, Yuno also showed a very satisfied smile and plunged his cock deep into her body and started scratching her vaginal wall with the glands. Hi 3, if you make it rough, I'll go away from Kayla's rabbits. I'm going to go to the sons and son-in-law. Yuno's cock, which was so good at sex that it even achieved the status of a sex god, quickly brought Kayla's body to climax. Giggles. My mother-in-law is such a bitch. I'm still not sure what happened, but your pussy definitely feels good. It's as tight as a virgin's, isn't it? It's almost the same as Catherine's. Kayla's pussy must have really pleased her, so Yuno forcefully drove his cock deep into her cervix, and the shock and pleasure caused Kayla to flutter her big breasts and squirt out a fountain of water. Busy with the atmosphere. Much this. This is dangerous. I'm really going crazy. I can't believe the pleasure of sex was this much. Sucking a cock was good, but this was on a completely different level. If I let my guard down even for a moment, my consciousness would completely disappear as Yuno's glands rubbed against the opening of her cervix, giving her the ultimate pleasure, and as her cock pressed against her cervix like a giant battering ram, Kayla's pussy wriggled her inner folds like a living creature, groping the cock from all angles. Came into attack point bang bang. Puzak the movement of my mother-in-law's pussy. Wow. She's trying to grab my dick and eat it with convulsions? It's similar to Catherine's. I guess it's true that mother and daughter are alike. I never thought even the twitching of her pussy would be the same. Haha, how I feel like I'm going to climb every time my master moves. Ha, every time I pick it up with a cock, the pleasure becomes stronger. Ha, Kayla let out her moans as she wrapped her legs around Yuno's waist, climbing on top of her and slamming into her with all her might. Back quote app. It feels good. It feels so good that I'm going crazy, but I can't. If I fall for this, no matter how good it feels, no matter how good my inner compatibility is, this pleasure, you can't lose. If you do that. Haha, contrary to her feelings, Kayla's womb continued to press her kisses to Yuno's glands, which was pressing against her juk. Kayla's cervix was slightly opened, begging for the semen of the man who gave her absolute pleasure, and her body was also rubbing her huge breasts, dripping with milk, against the man's chest, giving him even more pleasure. I was moving instinctively to give a gift point. Haha, it's already been 40 years since you gave birth to Catherine, but your mother-in-law's breasts are still gushing out milk. Maybe because she's a master, she looks like she's in her 20s, and her elasticity is perfect. Kekakik, isn't this a cow, not a rabbit? Back quote you're a cow. What on earth do you use my breasts for? Well, if you suck on them like that, there'll be more breast milk. As Yuno started sucking on Kayla's huge breasts in front of her, shaking her hips roughly, Kayla let out a moan of orgasm. Who heard cows are good, but Kayla wants to be a rabbit that serves her master with her pussy. Kayla, who is in heat 365 days a year, is a lewd pussy slave waiting for the day to become pregnant with her master's cum, so a rabbit would suit her better. Oh, the sight of Kayla squeezing her pussy while flicking her bunny ears on her head was so naughty that Yuno felt her cum rising from her balls and unleashed her piston with all her might. Went out you. Mother-in-law, I think I'm going to come soon. Please take it all into her womb. Back quote oh, no. After hearing this, my ovaries were happy and started ovulating. If I ejaculate now, I will become pregnant with my son-in-law's baby. Catherine will hate me even more. Originally, Kayla was at an age that would have left her even after menopause, but as she became a master, her body was clearly in her late 20s, so her ovaries began ovulating in response to the energy of Yuno's cock, which became Kayla's. I felt it instinctively point. Since Kayla had no knowledge of Yuno's unusual constitution, she could only be surprised when she heard Yuno's voice saying that she was ejaculating inside her. However, her body, which was free from her will, tightened the legs around Yuno's waist even further, begging for her to ejaculate even deeper. Please let me out. I'm going to take a lot of cum out of Kayla's horny bunny uterus. I'm going to take my son-in-law's sticky pregnancy cum until the uterus explodes. The son-in-law's cock only cum tank is hot in my mother-in-law's uterus. Please spray plenty of cum. The moment Yuno was about to start coming, while listening to Kayla's obscene begging, another sound of crunching footsteps was heard from her hallway, and Yuno instinctively stopped her waist. Why? Kayla, who was expecting a lot of semen to come her soon, expressed her doubts, but Yuno turned her body the other way and lifted her up by holding the back of her knees while sticking his cock in her pussy. Then, Kayla's pussy, with her dick stuck in it, was wide open, and Yuno slowly approached the door with her body raised. I don't know about your mother-in-law, because her manor is sealed right now. But Catherine is in front of this door. Don't you want to experience climaxing while receiving your son-in-law's cum in front of her daughter? Giggle. Kayla felt her spirit lighten up as she heard Yuno's whisper. Oh, no. That's all. I don't want my daughter to see me receiving my son-in-law's semen in front of me. Stop having sex right away. And the constitution of our family, that you don't know about, is making me pregnant. If you do it, you too will be in danger. Kayla, who felt the crisis of not being able to show this obscene image to her daughter and the fact that her relationship with her daughter might worsen further, was able to break the hypnosis on her own body. But I'm not the one moving my waist right now. If I'm moving my waist this much, doesn't my mother-in-law want to let Catherine know how much of a pervert she is? TSK what? At Juno's words, Catherine looked down at herself, and at that moment she realized that her waist and the insides of her vagina were moving freely to extract her semen from Juno's cock. No. Please, stop. I don't want to get pregnant. I don't want to be a mother-in-law who gets pregnant with her son-in-law's cum crash. You know I'm back. I heard you just broke the hypnosis, but my mom's pussy is enjoying it. Oh, my mom, she said she didn't like it so much, but she was completely hugged by Yuno, and was fucking her? What do you think? My Yuno's dick feels good, doesn't it? Question mark. Oh ho 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 ho. Heek. When the door opened, Catherine, dressed in a similarly risque bunny girl outfit to the one worn by Kayla, entered her bedroom. As Kayla's shock increased that her dental plaque had been revealed to her daughter, she made a grand entrance to her daughter. I was able to reach the peak by bursting into a fountain point, and as Kayla's pussy contracted tremendously and began to tighten around Yuno's cock from all directions, Yuno also reached climax and began to squirt out her semen. Ugh. I'm coming. Mother-in-law, feel free to go away in front of your daughter. Feel free to enjoy the son-in-law's cum. I'm going. I'm pregnant in front of my daughter, and I'm leaving as her body was completely dominated by the pleasure provided by Yuno's cock. Kayla hugged Yuno's neck and let out a wild moan filled with pleasure, even though her hypnosis was momentarily broken. Boo ryu boom pushy I back quote oh no so much pleasant cum is poured into my womb, a baby is born in my rabbit womb. I'm pregnant with my son-in-law's baby in front of my daughter, feeling a huge wave of semen wash over the egg ovulating inside the ovary. Kayla had to struggle with waves of orgasm she had never felt in her life, and seeing her mother with an obscene uterus tattoo on her lower abdomen, Catherine found herself drenched. She was rubbing her pussy and showing a beautiful smile full of lust. Mom looks so happy. After all, it was an excellent choice to offer her mother as a sex slave to Yuno. I'm now with her mother. He reverse bunny girl Kyla cum shot ILLUSTRATION*. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 272, Pregnant Mother-in-Law with Huge Breasts of Flame. 8. Hui hi third. I have been pregnant in front of my daughter. I pregnant my son-in-law. Hui the shock of being pregnant with her son-in-law Juno's baby in front of her own eldest daughter Catherine left Kayla completely devastated. The sight of Kayla, with her eyes completely turned over, her tongue out, and her semen flowing out of her pussy, staring blankly at her empty space, embarrassed even Yuno. So, Yuno pulled out the dick that was still spewing out a little semen from Kayla's vagina, and walked up to Catherine and spoke to her. Wow, Catherine, I think your mother-in-law is a bit shocked. Shouldn't we at least let her know that she's not pregnant? Oh, really? Just wait a moment. If you try using this thing Jennifer gave you again, even though Catherine gave her own mother's body to Yuno, she did not want her to become an empty doll, completely out of her mind. So she walked over to Kayla, opened her app, and lit up once again. What is that, Catherine? Is that what you did to your mother-in-law? Oh, a smartphone? How can this be here? You know, right? Jennifer said she tried to recreate an item she used in her past life with magic. However, the material costs are too high to be mass produced, and it consumes a lot of mana, so it's difficult to commercialize it. Do you want to try it? When Catherine saw that Kayla's eyes were completely blurred, she turned off the light that had caused her hypnosis and handed over her smartphone to Yuno. It's a hypnosis app. So that's how it happened? Somehow my mother-in-law suddenly turned lewd. Jennifer did an amazing job, smiled dryly as he pressed various buttons while holding a phone with a screen that looked like something out of a cartoon he had read in his past life. But why did you suddenly start using this? Was there some problem? If you just wanted to be held together, you could have brought it to me. Actually, if you had, wouldn't your mother-in-law have really hated it? When asked, while stroking the breasts of Catherine, who was wearing a bunny girl outfit that was quite vulgar compared to what Kayla was wearing. Catherine answered his question while spouting her breast milk. Now I'm trying to explain, but I'm barking. Actually, I was planning to make my mom like Angelina or Jean and give it to you. But when I started teaching, I heard that my mom is frigid. Jean and I are completely together. I was embarrassed, so I tried to do something, but it didn't work. So I went to see Jennifer, and she gave me this, right? But insomnia could be solved with hypnosis. Well, Jennifer said it wouldn't work on people who can use mana, but since mom was completely suppressed with her mana seal and her bracelet anyway, it worked well. And you can see the result when you see this. Question mark? Ho 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 crumbling ho oh oh oh. I think the psychological factor was lacking in my mother. So I used consciousness and hypnosis to separate her body and then made her body move only according to my instructions. And I doubled the pleasure I felt from sex. The result was this. It was a lewd horny rabbit pussy. Giggle giggle giggle. Kayla seemed to be unconscious, but when Catherine stuck her fingers into her lower part and scratched the inside of her vagina several times, she let out a moan, and at the same time, the semen inside her womb spurted out like a fountain. I shook my body. Really? But you said that my mother-in-law regained consciousness in the end, right? Even so, I was feeling it. Should I try to wake her up? Manipulated the screen and completely cancelled the hypnosis on Kayla. Then Kayla's eyes came back to life, and she pulled Catherine's hand from inside her vagina and threw her body to the floor. Catherine, what have you done to me? How could my mom make you? Ugh. No matter how many times Catherine scraped it with her fingers, Juno's semen still filled her womb, and as her consciousness returned and her body rolled on the floor, Kayla let out a moan of pleasure. You cured her mother's frigidity to repay her for the favor of raising me, right? Even though she's the mother who abandoned me. Ho 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 ho. You. I said it wasn't like that. Watching Catherine and Kayla, dressed in vulgar clothes, bicker and fight, Yuno's desire to have sex once more arose, but the object called a hypnosis app in her hand was so interesting that she sat down on a chair in the bedroom and thought about it. I wouldn't really use it for wives who follow everything I say, but it would be quite useful if you were to capture key figures from a foreign country like this one or use them as a single agent. If this is the case, we can conquer the continent in no time. Oh, that's right. Jennifer said it's impossible to hypnotize more than one person at a time with that. I guess you have to cancel the hypnosis of the person who was already hypnotized to hypnotize another person. Juno frowned at Catherine's words, shattering her own fantasy, as if she knew what she was thinking. What? Then it's really useless, unless you're using it like today, right? Giggles. So Jennifer made it, but she probably forgot about it and left it behind. Still, you were able to make her mother your woman, right? This means we'll have one more master in Vulcan, right? Who is the master of Balkan? I will not betray Alto. Slam. My daughter just betrayed me so easily and then screamed loudly. I can't do that. Have sex with mom one more time. If I get completely immersed in sex, I'll become a sex slave who can't live without your cock. Wouldn't it be okay to increase it by 5 times? Catherine's words were a refreshing slap to her face, but the impact of her words was so severe that Kayla's eyes were shaking. 5 times everything. I thought I was going to faint twice. No, I can't hold on. I'll never be able to hold on. Just like Catherine said, I'll really become my son-in-law's sex slave, and if I take this opportunity to get you pregnant and create another lewd rabbit in your stomach, will you really say that we will become naturalized citizens of the Balkan Empire? At that time, there will be no need for hypnosis, so you can use that app on other bitches. Oh ho 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 ho. At the mention of pregnancy, Kayla raised her head and looked at Catherine and Juno. Oh, no. It's not like getting pregnant. It seems like I barely escaped pregnancy this time. But If you make me pregnant, my son-in-law's life is in danger. Catherine and Yuno's heads tilted at Kayla's words, and the two approached Kayla, as if they had no idea. What do you mean? Why is Yuno's life in danger? Just because her mother is pregnant? Phew. I have no choice. Now I have to explain everything. Actually, Kayla let out a deep sigh and explained to Catherine and Yuno all the secrets she had been hiding. After hearing her explanation, Catherine held her head and staggered as if in great confusion. But when Yuno hugged her shoulders and gave her a deep hug, she came back to her senses and stared straight at Kayla. So, the constitution that has been passed down from generation to the women of our family. At the moment of pregnancy, they absorb all the manner and vitality of the man who impregnated them, making the fetus constitution specialized in martial arts. My father did it early on when I was young. He passed away. Yes, that's right. And only if you have that constitution can you inherit all of our family's martial arts. But for some reason, you weren't born with that constitution, so I only taught you half of the martial arts. But I can't let the family's martial arts disappear, so let's go to the kingdom of Alto. She went to the US, met another man, and gave birth to an heir. Of course, mom did it because she thought you were cut out, but Catherine is really sorry for hurting you because of that. So, my mother-in-law's fighting style was completely different from what I had learned. Unlike my fighting style, which focuses on force, my mother-in-law's fighting style was mixed with fighting skills that secretly target the opponent's weaknesses. Moreover, Catherine became a master at a particularly early age. I understand this to some extent. Finally, at Yuno's words, which seemed to have resolved her doubts, Kayla continued her story with a bitter smile. That's right, son-in-law. So please stop here now. If you let me go even now, I will cover up the fact that my son-in-law violated my mother-in-law. After hearing Kayla's words, Yuno lifted her body up from the floor, and Kayla let out a sigh of relief at the thought of finally being freed. Buffy, there's something that even my mother-in-law doesn't know. That I have the ability to control whether a woman I have sex with is pregnant or not. What are you doing now? Yuno threw Kayla back onto the bed, spread her legs wide open, exposed her vagina, and inserted his fingers deep into her vagina. Catherine, seeing that, also threw her body next to Kayla's and took the same position as her, opened her pussy wide, and whispered into Kayla's ear. Yuno will never give up on a female he likes. That means, like I said, mom's only fate is to become a female rabbit with me exclusively for Yuno's dick. He what? TSK. Don't worry, a true male doesn't rely on tools like this to capture his female. This time, this son-in-law will teach his mother-in-law the true pleasure of sex. Kayla's eyes turned into ones of complete despair as she saw her son-in-law's huge cock fully erect before her eyes and her daughter's vulgar and obscene horny appearance. Come on, Yuno, please fuck our rabbit mother and daughter here to your heart's content. With that huge male cock. Stuff these horny rabbit bitches' pussies and fill our mother and daughter's wombs with hot cum. With Catherine's lewd cries, Yuno's bedroom once again became hotter with the heat of sex, and the sounds coming out of Kayla's mouth also became louder, and Kayla's despair deepened in proportion. Reverse bunny girl illustration ver 1 *** Catherine reverse bunny girl illustration ver 2 *** chapter 273. Pregnant mother-in-law with huge breasts of flame. 9. Yuno's bedroom was filled with the pussy juice that the two females spewed out, and the intoxicating smell that came from the semen that Yuno spit out. The mother and daughter, Kayla and Catherine, wearing extremely vulgar reverse pants, had to let out a series of moans from the immense pleasure, and Yuno's cock continued to thrust into the two women's pussies alternately without any time to come out, making obscene noises. I put it. Crunch, crunch, crunchy. I love this. I love being hugged by Yuno like my mom. Now I understand why the girls are hugged like their mother. Furthermore, I understand why my mother made the girls into Yuno's females. Wow. Oh, the immoral pleasure of being embraced by the same man as her mother, who gave birth to her, brought Catherine to an extreme climax point. And it was the same with Kayla, who was taking her son-in-law's cock with her daughter Kayla's pussy, which was covered in semen, as if she had already received vaginal ejaculation several times, fluttered open as the dick slipped out, tempting Yuno. And who was also thrusting his dick into Catherine's pussy, which was also dripping with semen, was like that. I gave in to her temptation and went inside Kayla's pussy again, soothing her fluttering pussy hole. You was was I swast even though she said she didn't want it. As soon as her cock was inserted, the inside of Kayla's pussy tightened tremendously and pulled Yuno's cock in. Moved her waist vigorously and pointedly at the same time as she wanted. He pinched her erect nipples and lifted them above her. Don't do that. My pussy is really going crazy. Getting fucked by my son-in-law's dick is really going me crazy. Yuno's rough mother-daughter rice bowl 6, which lasted for over 6 hours, naturally made Kayla's mouth come out with vulgar words such as cock and her pussy. Giggles. My mother-in-law, I guess she likes her son-in-law's service as a female rabbit. What do you think? If you want, I can really raise you a female rabbit of my own. This trustworthy son-in-law can feed you cum every day. Up and down. It's everyone keka cute. Why I like it, mom. My husband's exclusive female rabbit. It's perfect for a lustful pussy bitch like mom. Right. Who's a rabbit? That's right. How about your mother-in-law? Join my royal knights, the pussy knights. If nothing else happens, you can improve your skills by sparring with me every day. Of course, after sparring, I'll have sex as good as today. Brit giggle. I love it, mom. So you can be held by with me every day. Mom, you love your pussy so much that you're dripping wet like this, right? My fingers are so deep. While was sticking his dick into Kayla's pussy, he was also sticking his finger into Catherine's pussy and pounding it hard. So Catherine was writhing in pleasure, and even though she was seducing Kayla with gulp. Dog, don't talk bullshit. Ugh, you're trying to treat me like that. SYMAA, the pleasure radiating from sex with hit directly into her womb, giving Kayla an incredible pleasure that she had never experienced in her entire life. She gritted her teeth and screamed, blaming herself for almost giving into the temptation of the two. TSK. My mother-in-law's pussy is good, and she's munching on my dick. I can't help it. I have to use hypnosis again. Furthermore, I watched a video of my mother-in-law in this lewd outfit declaring that she would be my pussy knight if I send it to the second daughter who is the queen of. No, that's just not possible. Clarice, Kyla's second daughter born from her marriage to a man from the kingdom of Alto, quickly became a high-ranking knight at the age of 18 thanks to her superb talents and caught the king's eye. She married the king and became queen, but thanks to the constitution inherited from her, she absorbed all the king's life force and mana. While pregnant with the baby, the king died, and she became queen of the kingdom as a widow. Kayla was hired as a mercenary by Tacito, and came here to help her second daughter when Clarice, who had inherited her constitution, suffered from the grief of losing her husband and the heavy burden of suddenly becoming queen and running the country. It was an extremely harsh thing for her to have a second daughter know about the secret of being trained by her son-in-law and becoming his woman. At the time, the Balkans were divided into the factions of Prince and Henry and were engaged in a severe civil war, and the intelligence department was completely paralyzed. This fact was not known to the empire, so Juno and Catherine were also aware of such a fact for the first time. Please don't do that. You'd rather kill me than do that. Killing? There aren't many pussies you like this much. That's right, mom. All you have to do is spend your daily life receiving dick with me. You're feeling how good that feels right now, right? No. After hearing Catherine's words, Kayla shook her head and expressed her denial, even as she writhed under the immense pleasure coming from her lower body. Come on. From now on, your mother-in-law will become a lewd female rabbit and serve this son-in-law's cock. Flash. As light flashed from smartphone, Kayla's body trembled, as if struck by lightning point, and after a while, when Catherine was seen injecting mana into her video recording bead, asked Kayla again, now, what does your mother-in-law say? I am a lewd female rabbit who only knows my son-in-law's cock. I serve my son-in-law's cock as my master. I'm a perverted mother-in-law female who wants to be fucked by my son-in-law's cock. It's Kayla the rabbit. I told you. In front of her daughter. While the video was being filmed, she declared that she was a female rabbit exclusively for her son-in-law's cock. Oh so, is my mother-in-law a female rabbit who only uses my dick? What does she want most right now? What? Is she going back to her second daughter in alto? Or no, I don't need that. I need cock, I need the master's cock. I need the master's cock that fills my female pussy and cum full of male scent as pulled her cock out of her cunt and rubbed her cunt soaked cock against her cunt mound. Kayla spread her own pussy hole wide open, exposing her pink pussy flesh. Begged for sex from him, master. I'm please use your hot son-in-law's dick to penetrate my mother-in-law's pussy and fill her womb with male semen. Please impregnate this pretty perverted female rabbit, Kayla, into her womb with a pretty baby bunny. Ugh. I can't help it, since my mother-in-law wants it so much. If that's the case, fuck, as huge cock penetrated deep inside her and pressed deep into her womb. Kayla's eyes turned white and her pussy began to squirt a lot of juice. Oh, it came in the master's erect cock. A huge erect cock full of male scent came in Kayla's scrappy rabbit pussy that knew nothing until now. You such a beautiful female rabbit. Apologize to my wife who was hurt because of you. Apologize to Catherine who was hurt by this lewd female pussy. Uggy, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you hurt. I'm sorry for hurting you. Because of this indecent female rabbit pussy, mommy, I'll make up for it by getting you pregnant with your baby rabbit from now on. What? Mom, I heard that if you get pregnant, all the man's life force and mana will be absorbed into the baby. At best, you turned him into a female rabbit and you plan to kill my husband by squeezing his cum out of her vagina. Giggle, giggle, giggle. While videotaping her mother's private parts, Catherine continued to throw her obscenities at Kayla. Don't do it, master's male cock is different, right? Kayla's female uterus is already pregnant? Kayla knows it all. I felt it when master fucked me for the second time. Master shouted at me to get pregnant. At the same time, the owner's excellent sperm was invading this rabbit's egg. But the owner didn't mind. At that time, I realized that the male rabbit who will dominate me as the owner. A year is born to become a son-in-law's female Catherine reverse bunny girl vaginal cum illustration general ver asterisk catherine reverse bunny girl vaginal cum illustration nipple exposure ver asterisk chapter 274 pregnant mother-in-law with huge breasts of flame finishing. Pregnant mother-in-law with huge breasts of flame. Finish. Backquote tsk. Actually, I was gambling too. But I had a mother who could help me recover if anything went wrong. So it didn't really matter. And by making her pregnant, I was able to completely make her mother-in-law mine. As long as I don't let Isabella and Mary know about it. Backquote cock, which possessed her divine power in addition to the blessings of her world tree, was able to impregnate Kayla's body, ignoring her constitution. Kayla's reason was trying to erase the fact that she was pregnant from her mind, but she had already remembered that her instinct was that she had completely fallen for and now she was completely devoted to It was a declaration of submission. Squeak, squeak at Kayla's declaration of complete submission. Yuno's cock swelled to a large size, and his movements with his waist became increasingly rougher. And did you know? Rabbits are creatures that die because they are lonely when left alone, so that the baby rabbit in the womb doesn't get lonely. Please make me pregnant with one more. I already have a female rabbit. Please impregnate one more pretty baby rabbit in the owner's exclusive female rabbit pussy, which has given birth to two. Even so, with Yuno's cock swelling and imminent ejaculation, Kayla's plea for pregnancy came as a final blow. If your mother-in-law wants it, I have to give it to her. Mother-in-law, please get pregnant with this son-in-law's baby. Ugh. Boom. Crying Yuno's semen, which was stuck tightly in her cervix and spurted out, hit Kayla's uterus, instantly filling her uterus and causing her belly to swell a little. Backquote to it. I'm pregnant with another baby. My son-in-law's baby. I'm pregnant with pretty twin baby rabbits. At the same time as Yuno's declaration, Kayla sensed that her own ovaries were ovulating and she was pregnant, so she trembled and savored Yuno's hot semen as it conquered her uterus. Ho ho ho, how are you, mom? How do you feel about being pregnant with twins? Are you happy? When Yuno squirted out all of her semen and pulled out his cock, Kayla answered Catherine's question with a happy expression while continuing to writhe in the pleasure of her orgasm, spitting out the remaining semen in her womb out of her vagina hole. I'm happy. I'm also. Ugh. Catherine continued to record Kayla's facial expressions and spoke to her once again with a wry smile. But you know what? Mom. Huh. What? Haha. Actually, I didn't hypnotize my mother-in-law this time. That means she just acknowledged that she was my son-in-law's female rabbit and begged me to impregnate her. It was her mother's own will. Haha. Haha. Kayla's eyes were extremely shaken by the word coming from the mouth of her own daughter and son-in-law. It's a lie. It's a lie. Aye. That's right. That thing definitely radiated light. You said it was hypnotizing. Aha. You mean this? This thing has a function that just makes the light flash, right? I just said that and touched that function once. Like this, flashed the same light directly in front of Kyla's eyes, and Kyla took her smartphone out of Yuno's hand in disbelief and repeated the action several times. Ah, no. That wasn't me. I'm the master's female rabbit. Yui, holding her head and denying reality, Kayla retched and vomited, but all that came out of her mouth was Yuno's cum, which she had drunk in droves during their hours of sex. Oh my. Mom. Are you getting morning sickness already? How long have you been pregnant? What a waste. Hey, what are you doing? Catherine. I can feed you again. This time, I'm going to give you an ice creamy cum in Catherine's pussy, so you can feed the cum in my female rabbit to our female rabbit. Okay. A shake mixed with my daughter's cum and my son-in-law's cum. My mom. Are you feeling well today? You're pregnant with beautiful baby rabbit twins, and you get to taste amazing delicacies, right? Oh ho 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 ho. You don't have to worry too much, Mom. From now on, you just have to become Yuno's female rabbit. And if Yuno wants to use her pussy, you can open her pussy, and you can become one of Yuno's pussy knights, and do your best to protect Yuno. You understand? Of course, you have to give birth properly, so I won't force you into an unreasonable fight. But if you're as skilled as a mother, there's no problem with most opponents, right? KKKK. Don't worry too much, mother-in-law. We will provide 3 times the food support that Tyrone promised. Of course, it will be difficult to transport that amount through spatial movement, so if I give you money, you can import it through Drogon Kingdom or Mexican. As Yuno's words fell, Kayla's eyes widened. Well, with that amount, of course, we can overcome this crisis and the Kingdom of Alto will not have to worry about food for the time being. However, an empire that has been fighting a civil war not long ago and fighting fiercely over Zenon cannot spend such a budget. Is it? Kayla swallowed her saliva and looked at her daughter engaging in their wild lover-making point every time the huge cock penetrated into her daughter's narrow pussy. A moan full of pleasure came out of her daughter's mouth, and fuck juice spurted out like a waterfall from her daughter's pussy, making her feel like she had just had sex with her son-in-law. Kayla could guess the level of pleasure her daughter was feeling. Well, in order to confirm that, I'll have to watch the empire by my son-in-law's side for a while. Since Clarice is already cut anyway, it's time to stand on my own as a queen. That's right. For the time being, I'm a female rabbit and son-in-law. Well, as a pussy knight, I'll stay by my son-in-law's side. I can't go back to Alto while pregnant anyway, right? Until then, I'm having sex with that delightful cock. Yes, that's right, because that cock is definitely not good. Because my son-in-law's huge male cock hasn't taken over my female pussy. Kayla's pussy, which was still dripping with semen, began gushing once again as she watched the two having sex. And Kayla, who had completely rationalized herself, adjusted her clothes, which were disheveled from her rough sex, and started to give Catherine her cum. She went to Juno's side and kissed her deeply on the lips. Juoka, my son-in-law? You must take responsibility for making this mother-in-law so lewd and getting her pregnant, right? What does that mean? Because Kayla is the master's female rabbit, please fuck Kayla, the mother-in-law who is pregnant with the master's baby rabbit. One more time, please give me an ice creamy cum from the naughty mother-in-law, who became the master's pussy knight. Kayla, whose eyes were filled with lust, was hugged by her Yuno and begged for sex with her. Realizing that Kayla was completely captured by him, Yuno smiled broadly and shoved his cock into Kayla's pussy again. Once we started having intense sex. Mom, it's so shameful, you know. You've only cummed on me 4 times today. Do you have to give it to my wife's rabbit one more time too? Owner, our baby rabbits in the womb are hungry, so that the baby rabbits don't get hungry, you need to pour a lot of plump and nutritious cum into the mother rabbit's vagina, the lewd sight of a mother and daughter who looked almost identical except for their skin color begging each other for sex made Yuno's cock hard again and again that night. Kyla, Catherine, mother and daughter were held by Juno all night, having endless sex, and had to receive so much semen that her uterus exploded. And when the sun rose the next day, what Catherine gave to Kayla, who came to her senses, were 2 types of boxes of clothes. Okay, Mom. From now on, you can just wear this. If you wear any other outfit, you'll get scolded, so just do it yourself. This when Kayla opened one of the clothes boxes Catherine gave her and unfolded her clothes. What caught her eye was a dress with thin straps that was almost embarrassing to call clothes. How are you supposed to wear this? Oh, that's nonsense. Why don't you open the other one and say something like that? At her daughter's words, Kayla frantically opened another box, and what was inside was the extremely vulgar reverse bunny girl outfit she wore when she was hugged by Yuno last night. So Kayla's eyes widened. No way. Anyway, how am I supposed to live wearing this? Didn't Mom decide to become Yuno's female rabbit slave and a pussy knight? The first outfit is for conquest as a pussy knight, and the other is for conquest as a female rabbit. Do you understand? Kayla hesitated at Catherine's strong tone and nodded her head without realizing it. Ugh. The mana bracelet has obviously been released. She's a daughter who hasn't gone beyond my level yet. The momentum. Ugh. What Catherine gave off was not the power of a warrior, but the power of a strong woman who was loved more by her male counterpart. So Kayla, who did not know much about such things yet, had no choice but to obey her daughter. Well, of course, I'm not telling you to just wear that on a daily basis. Come on, Catherine, showing off her status as a female and overpowering her mother, smiled with satisfaction and threw down another box. Is it the magic cloak that Jennifer made? If you wear it, it will look like you are wearing normal clothes to everyone, except Yuno and us. So, whenever Yuno asks you to open her pussy, you can open it for her. Do you understand? Always. Do you have to become a ready member of the Pussy Knights? And Cordelia, the leader of the Pussy Knights, will come to you in a little while, so please treat us well as seniors. Do you understand that ranking is much more important to us than the level of martial arts? Of course. Yuno isn't the type of person who particularly cares about such things, and we don't really think anything of it, but Mom will need this much education for the time being. Kayla nodded her head spontaneously at the momentum given off by Catherine, and to Cordelia, who came in shifts with Catherine. Kyla had to be taught her posture as Yuno's female pussy slave knight for a while, starting with her vulgar pussy salute posture and just like that, Kayla was able to become a lewd female breasts rabbit mother-in-law who was pregnant with her son-in-law's baby and a pussy knight who served her son-in-law's cock as her master. A few days later, she followed Catherine and participated in the Battle of Fort Streve. It was done Oil our female rabbit pussy knight's uniform ILLUSTRATION * chapter 275. Second Battle of Strive. 3. As the sun rose the next morning, the Imperial Army's attack began. Just like yesterday, the Tacito army guarding Streve also naturally climbed the castle wall and prepared to greet the Balkan army that would rush towards them. But the Balkan army's attack method was completely different from yesterday. Tuang shhhhh Kwang. Kwang, Suumaj. Kwang. Every time the catapults moved up and down, huge stones flew through the air and hit the castle walls, and countless arrows flew out to prevent the fortress's counterattack, threatening the defenders on the walls. The Duke of Tirun personally took charge of the defense and re-prepared all night long, and the victory that lasted for several days made Streve Fortress a place where morale was sky high. However, casualties were inevitable due to the continued militant attacks. One by one, As a result, morale began to decline little by little. The Tusito, whose main force was cavalry, lacked the skills to create siege weapons, so they could not properly respond to the advanced Balkan siege weapons. Unlike Streve, who was the master of the castle during his lifetime, Count Ladelmo, there was no significant growth of the castle at present, and Tirund only knew the theory and had no experience in fighting a proper castle battle. So he only trusted the castle walls that he had firmly strengthened. I decided to withstand the attack. Ugh. If the enemy's infantry is sent in and attempts an occupation war as before, we can respond with the water-based weapons we have. But if we continue to do long-distance shooting like that, there is no way for us. They just endure. They won't be able to continue this attack, Your Excellency Duke. The enemy is not advancing and is only continuing to fire long-distance attacks. We are also trying to respond, but the Balkans' offensive is so strong we must endure. The enemies are fully aware of the value of this fortress. They will not be able to cause enough damage to completely destroy it. Their intention is to break our morale and then enter the occupation war, so do not ask the soldiers to respond and thoroughly evade. Be consistent. Since there are no rock mountains around here to collect rocks from, they won't be able to throw rocks infinitely. Yes, Your Excellency. I will follow your orders. However, the Imperial Army's long-distance offensive continued until noon. The firing rate slowed down a bit due to how many catapults were destroyed, but the huge rocks continued to fly, and Streb's solid walls were being destroyed little by little. Oh, what happened? How do the Empire supply rocks so they can keep throwing them like this? Space movement? No. If it were a rock that weighed this much, even if you were that damn Jennifer, your magic power would be depleted after moving 50 of them. No matter how many wizards there are in Balkan, they cannot supply this much rock through spatial movement. How on earth inside the Balkan Empire army, Mary, who had been urgently summoned at Catherine's request, stuck out her mouth and summoned a high-ranking earth spirit and continued to compress the soil, literally producing rocks. But the Tusito army did not know this. There was no way they knew, and even if they knew, there was no way they could do anything. Quang. Whoosh. In the end, Duke Tirun bit his lip as he watched one of the arrow towers collapse, unable to withstand the catapult's attack. Balkans. Are you really going to destroy this fortress? The value of this fortress is probably much higher to you than to us. You guys must have experienced 4 decades how scary it is to face cavalry in the open grasslands without a proper base. Moreover, you guys would know better than anyone else that without this fortress, your supply route would be completely exposed to our guerrilla troops when invading our country. What on earth are you planning? It was a very painful experience for Tirun to have to retreat miserably after losing the base of the county of Akil in the last battle of Zenon Plains and having his supply attacked by Balkan guerrillas, so he launched an attack with the intention of completely destroying Streve. He unleashed a strong killing spirit towards the Balkan Empire army. No more, sir. Over 100 defenders have already lost their lives. If the damage continues to accumulate like this, the entire fortress will eventually be in danger. Please allow me and the cavalry to participate. Quickly destroy the enemy siege engines and archers. I will return after clearing out. In the end, Count Mila, who could not bear the current situation, requested to participate, but Duke Tirun shook his head. Your Excellency, even if the walls of this Streb are still strong, if they continue to receive such strong pelting attacks, one side will eventually collapse. Before that happens, no. No matter how much the enemy attacks with only siege weapons, the moment you go to war, the enemy infantry will swarm around you and your cavalry. And if the enemy Knight Command Liege Tenor comes running with his knights, your precious life will be in danger. I can't lose my master like that. Then I will go to war with Count Miller. The two of us will lead a few knights to support us and keep Liege Tenor in check, while our cavalry will be able to eliminate the enemy siege engines. Following Count Miller, the Marquis of Grace requested to participate, but the Duke of Tirun continued to block their participation. No, that in itself could be a trap. And if they continue to insist on this method and lose Streve, it doesn't matter. At that time, all we have to do is to completely destroy this fortress while allowing as many troops to escape as possible. Then all the enemy will take is the dusty ruins of Streve, and all we have to do is rebuild Baron Krace Castle in the south into a fortress. Although it will not serve as a key strategic point for the enemy, we can fully play the role of keeping supply in check. Don't forget that the most important thing for us in Tacito is you and our soldiers. Your Excellency, although their request to participate, full of determination, was rejected, Tiroun's words moved them, and the Marquis of Grace and Count Muller held the weapons in their hands and bowed before Tiroun. From now on, we will reduce the number of defenders on the castle wall by half. Since there is more space, it will be more advantageous to avoid catapults and arrows, and prepare to mobilize the wizards to tear down the castle wall. If all goes well, give up this fortress and escape. Yes, I will follow your Excellency's orders. As they began to move according to Tiroun's orders, horns sounded once again from the Balkan army camp. Point Puogo, sir. The catapult attack has stopped. And what you see over there as the catapults retreated, the people coming in front of them were a trio consisting of an elderly middle-aged knight holding a sword, a silver-haired woman wearing a fancy martial arts uniform, and an unidentified person wearing a long robe covering her face and entire body. And Duke Tiroun's eyes widened as he heard the silver-haired woman in the middle run out and shout loudly, "This is a message to Tacito-kun. My name is Catherine Aragorn von Balkan. As Empress of the Great Balkan Empire and second in command of the Streve Expeditionary Force, I propose a duel to you. Is Tiroun there? If you are there, listen carefully. You bastards. Didn't you do something to me last time in Adria? If you want to pay back, come out right away. If you're a man, let's fight against Streb. You know that, if you continue like this, Streb will be destroyed, right? Brit that bitch." As soon as he saw Catherine, Tiroun felt anger that made her eyes turn upside down and tried to throw away her body. "Go, Your Excellency. Calm down. Just as you said, there is no need to take risks and fight a duel. Last time I was offered a duel, the only enemy master was Leech Tenor, but Catherine Aragorn intervened. If it were that's right. Moreover, I don't know who the mysterious person over there is, but judging from the fact that he came out with Lich Tenor and Aragorn, it is presumed that the author is also a master level powerhouse. We can't rule out the possibility that it is Eliza, the first Empress." Tiroun took a deep breath and tried to calm his anger at the words of Count Muller and Marquis Grace, who tried to dissuade him. Phew. Yeah, it's best to win the duel and completely preserve Streve. But there's no need to get caught up in the numbers of your enemies. They are also showing force against us, because if they completely destroy Streb, the purpose of their expedition will disappear. To that extent Tiroun could barely control his anger and made a rational decision, but Catherine's words that followed were enough to blow away his reason. "Oh, that's right. Tiroun, you say you're no longer a man? You said you got beaten by my husband on the plains of Zenon and your balls were cut off? What about your wife, who only trusts you and is waiting for you in Carmarthen? Where are you going when I hear that you don't satisfy me? Are you cheating on me with a big servant? I'm sorry, I told you from the beginning that you can't satisfy your wife. I guess your secret hobby is watching her having sex with another man. Furthermore, I heard you were hitting Puh. It was hard to believe that it had come out of the Empress's mouth. But Tiroun was so angry that he couldn't care about such things. You crazy gal boy. How dare you kill me and my wife again? The part of yourself that is disgusting. Inferiority feeling that she might not be able to satisfy her wife due to her small penis. The hurt of being unable to have children of her own thanks to the injuries suffered by Yuno. She is a beautiful wife who loves herself nonetheless. Tiroun, who was touched by Catherine's disgust, threw a fit and jumped down the castle wall. Count Muller and the Marquis Grace, who were shocked by this, also jumped down the castle wall to protect Tiroun, and the Battle of Streve took a new turn. *BOTEBA*S mother-in-law, Kayla ILLUSTRATION *BOTEBA*S mother-in-law, Kayla illustration, Banevr* chapter 276, Second Battle of Strive, 4. Kwang, the Duke of Tiroun jumped down from the high castle wall and rushed at Catherine, drawing his deadly sword. "Your Excellency the Duke, calm down. If you come back now, holy shit, I guess you can't even hear me. His Excellency was so excited, the Marquis of Grace was shouting loudly in an attempt to stop Tarun, but his words could not be heard in the ears of the Duke of Tarun, who was completely distracted, and he looked at Count Mila who was standing next to him. We must save you quickly. If you are surrounded by enemies, no matter how great you are right. It's impossible to move the soldiers, so let's just join the two of us quickly. In response to Count Mila's request for help, the Marquis of Grace nodded and immediately tried to jump down the castle wall, but when Count Mila suddenly caught up behind him and signaled him to stop, he looked at Count Mila with a questioning look. Brit, why but? Wasn't it you who said we had to save His Excellency? Please wait a moment. Come to think of it, if we go alone, the entire army may be in danger. I will bring all the soldiers back up to the castle wall, so the Marquis will call the knights. But now, Your Excellency, it won't take more than a minute to give you an order. No matter how excited Your Excellency is, you are not the kind of person who can be easily defeated. And if the situation arises, you have a space travel necklace, so you must remain calm. Knights, follow us to the castle gate. In case of emergency, we must retreat quickly, so the number is limited to 50. When the rare situation occurred in which the commander-in-chief was so overcome with anger that he launched a short assault into the enemy camp, an emergency was put into place within the Tacito army. We must save His Excellency the Duke. Move quickly. According to Count Mila's order, the defenders who had withdrawn from the castle walls were quickly redeployed to the walls, and as instructed by the Marquis of Grace, the Knights of Tacito had to open the castle gates and run out to support their masters in preparation for any unexpected situation. Soldiers have started climbing up the wall. Let's go. Good. The knights have also started preparing. Let's go help His Excellency. Although the Duke of Tarun always wore a space transportation necklace in case of emergency, Leech Tenora and Catherine could reasonably assume that, if they faced a strong opponent alone, they would be defeated before the effect was properly activated. So they nodded. I followed Rune and jumped down the castle wall. Squirt. Kaang. Meanwhile, Catherine watched the sharp sword energy flying towards her, but without erasing the smile on her face, she leisurely formed her courage to block the sword energy. Aragorn, take back what you just said. Otherwise, I will cut off your head right now. Cancellation? It's not wrong. So what are you saying to cancel? Huh? Isn't it true that you became a eunuch? And isn't it true that you can't satisfy your wife with your dick? Ugh, I couldn't satisfy even one wife after becoming a master. If it were me, I would have bitten my tongue and committed suicide. Cluck, you bitch. I'm going to rip your pussy apart with this sword today, so get ready. HMPH. My husband's dick is enough to enter my pussy? Ah, your dick is smaller than the handle of that sword. So you're satisfying your wife's pussy with a sword instead of a dick. What should I do with this? My husband is a sword. It's probably twice as thick as the handle. Plus, you have the stamina to have sex all night long. So I'm sorry, but I think I'll have to reject your offer. Such a lewd whore. I will definitely spoil your bitch today. The Duke of Tarun and Catherine forgot that they were of the highest status as Duke and Empress, and continued their fierce duel, exchanging inappropriate words. The force of Tarun's sword was extremely ferocious as he rushed towards Catherine, while swearing in great excitement. But the sword stroke itself was simple, so Catherine continued to mock Tarun and leisurely attacked Tarun. We dealt with it. Ho 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 ho. Didn't you eat today? Why is this the only power you have with your sword? It's true that, if you lose energy, your swordsmanship skills will diminish. Just like your little brat's cock. Oh ho 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 ho, shut your mouth. In this way, the duel between Tarun and Catherine proceeded similarly to the Adriatic Civil War, but somehow Catherine only defended Tarun's offensive, and did not make a proper counter-attack point. If things had gone as they were, the gap between them would have been so wide that at least one of Tarun's wrists would have been blown off, but the duel between the two continued in parallel, and Catherine and Leech Tenora were watching and having a conversation as the seemingly tense battle between the two continued. Tarun's movements are as planned. Of course, the level of provocation that the Empress Mother attempted was a little more superficial than I thought. No, it was stronger. But it was still effective, and I'm glad that I got over it properly. Quite. I'm sorry, Lord Leech Tenora. I only gave that damn bitch training in martial arts, so I didn't give her proper etiquette training. even when she became empress. Ugh. My son. Don't worry too much, Countess. She is an excellent empress who usually shows only an elegant appearance at the imperial palace, and who often visits herself to show her love for the people of Adriatic and sets an example for the nobles. During the Adriatic Civil War, Catherine fought directly against an enemy general and sacrificed herself to rescue her children. Catherine's popularity was so high that rich Tenor tried to comfort Kaylee, who was constantly sighing. Are you an orphan? Set an example for the nobles? What a mess. What a disgraceful bitch who was so crazy about men that she even sold her mother's body. Kayla smiled bitterly and lowered her head as she stroked the tiny sign of life inside her womb, which had been carried by her son-in-law, the Emperor of Vulcan, her womb disciple. I shook it violently. Well, to be honest, the sex I had with my son-in-law felt good. I've never felt that much pleasure in my entire life, or even 1/100th of the pleasure I felt back then. And he's still fine, even after getting me pregnant. I guess you could say he's good enough to be my companion. But he is the husband of my daughter Catherine. And I'm the mother of Catherine, Empress of the Balkans, and the mother of Clarice, Queen of Alto. So, after winning this battle, I will have to try to get support through my son-in-law. That way, Clarice will feel a little more comfortable, and I will be by my son-in-law's side a little more. Kayla was unaware that she was unconsciously giving priority to staying by her son-in-law's side, and before she knew it, she was wetting her panties little by little as she recalled her ecstatic night with her son-in-law. However, in the meantime, in Streve, the Marquis of Grace and Count Miller began running to save Tarun, so her thoughts came to an end. As expected, the enemy masters are approaching. Please leave quickly. As planned in advance, I will deal with the Marquis of Grace who is coming from the right. So, could you ask your wife to take care of Count Miller on the left? It's okay. I will take responsibility for the author, so please tell your emperor that he can prepare the compensation for hiring me and the penalty to be handed over to Tacito. And as I said before, the enemy master in this battle, please avoid killing anyone. I know that very well. From the Alto Kingdom's perspective, it would be natural to worry about retaliation from Tacito just to the south if they kill the master. Thank you for your understanding. Then Kayla and Lichtenor slowly walked towards the two masters of Tacito who were running behind them. When engaging in battle with an enemy master, no matter how different the level is, it was inevitable that he would move violently, and even if the cape part of the robe he was wearing was certain to be removed, his identity would inevitably be revealed. Therefore, Kayla had already made arrangements with Yuno and Catherine in advance. It is a tradition of the Alto Kingdom that, if you are taken prisoner, you can change the flag if you pay twice the contract fee, so you will understand that. But killing the master, who is a treasure of the nation, is a completely different matter. If Tacito, who lost his master, cedes a certain amount of territory to Balkan, signs a truce, and begins to advance towards our kingdom, there is no way for Alto to stop it. So, you must at least avoid killing Master Tacito's promised to Kayla beforehand. Catherine kept mercy in her hands, even though it was an opportunity to inflict mortal wounds on Tarun, and that led to Lichtenor and Kayla starting to deal with the Marquis of Grace and Count Miller. It was the same to Arturinum YouTube ILLUSTRATION *. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.